Hello, everyone. Omni-sensei here with What If I Was Reborn as Tony Stark, Part 2. If you enjoy this content, smash the like button. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to check out the original story linked in the description.
Tony Stark's new facility in Malibu. 1 year later, the large complex, sitting on a cliff with a view of the Pacific Ocean, looked like any other big facility but with advanced security. Officially under the Stark Industries banner, it was known as the Stark Research and Innovation Center, SRIC. Unofficially, Tony simply called it home. Inside, the core of the facility was full of activity, not from people but from machines. Robots buzzed, and mechanical arms moved quickly, doing exact jobs controlled by a group of smart AIs. Hermes, Tony's main AI, managed the whole place, organizing every machine, task, and new invention. Tony turned Elena into a specialized medical AI. It assisted in his current obsession, liquid nanotechnology for medical applications and finding a way to get the tumor/infinity gem out of his head. And, of course, his loyal robotic helpers, Dummy and You, lent their often comedic, if clumsy, support. When Tony first arrived in Malibu, his vision was clear, but the path to achieving it required starting from scratch. He initially intended to hire the best minds in the world, renowned engineers, scientists, and visionaries. However, the more he considered the complexities of collaboration, the more he realized something crucial. He worked best alone. Collaboration could come later, when his foundation was unshakable. The solution was automation. With Hermes at the helm, Tony focused on designing a small army of robots and automated manufacturing systems. These machines, precise and tireless, began constructing more machines, enabling an exponential growth in productivity. The facility soon boasted fully automated labs, workshops, and clean rooms, all tailored to his specifications. Why deal with interns when I can build perfect ones? Tony quipped to himself, watching one of his robotic arms assemble a complex circuit with meticulous precision. His first major project was the development of liquid nanites, a concept that combined advanced materials science, robotics, and bioengineering. These nanites, if perfected, would be capable of cellular-level repairs, healing injuries, neutralizing toxins, and even enhancing human biology. The process had been grueling, requiring breakthroughs in multiple disciplines. Tony began by designing a nanoparticle chassis composed of a unique vibranium alloy derivative he synthesized, capable of self-replication under controlled conditions. However, to achieve his goal, he needed an in-depth understanding of the human body, something that was outside his initial expertise. Not to mention the quantity of vibranium was very limited. He had to rope his dad into giving him the metal, so he was in no position to waste such important material. "So, you're telling me I need to become a doctor now?" he muttered after his initial research left him grappling with gaps in his knowledge. His solution: learn fast. Thanks to the infinity gem embedded in his brain, Tony's intelligence operated on a level far beyond normal human capacity as usual. While most people spent over a decade earning MDs and PhDs, Tony devoured medical textbooks, streamed lectures, and conducted virtual surgeries within months. By the fourth month, he had amassed a knowledge base comparable to that of seasoned medical researchers. Well, he wanted to get his license, but it would require time, and time is what he doesn't have. So, he simply began the nanites creation. The development of the new variants of nanites wasn't easy. Prototype Alpha, a disaster. The nanites successfully targeted and repaired synthetic tissue but caused severe inflammation when introduced into living organisms. Okay, maybe I shouldn't trust Elena's optimism. Back to the drawing board. Prototype Beta, marginally better. The nanites avoided immune rejection but failed to synchronize properly with nerve signals, rendering them ineffective for delicate repairs. Tony sighed, muttering, "I need to teach these little guys teamwork." Prototype Gamma, a breakthrough. By incorporating biomimetic algorithms into the nanites programming, Tony achieved something extraordinary. The machines could adapt to their host's physiology, integrating seamlessly with natural healing processes. The first successful trial on living tissue occurred late one night in the lab. A synthesized organ sample, riddled with artificial microtears, was healed flawlessly within minutes. Tony watched the data streaming across his holographic displays, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. "That's it. That's the future," he whispered, leaning back in his chair. Despite the breakthrough, Tony was acutely aware of the project's limitations. The nanites required massive computational power to operate in real time, which made them impractical for widespread use. Yet, additionally, scaling production to a level where the technology could benefit millions presented logistical nightmares. There has to be a better solution. A light bulb lit up in Tony's mind, and he started designing a specialized AI that could control and coordinate the nanites. He called it Legion, the Legion AI, capable of directing trillions of nanites simultaneously. Well, it's still a work in progress. Tony leaned back in his chair in his lab, the holographic blueprints of Legion still floating before him. The AI's architecture was complex and far more advanced than Hermes or Elena. It needed to be. It was destined to manage not just trillions of nanites, but also their seamless integration into the human body. Yet, as he watched the simulations unfold, something gnawed at him. The computational demands of Legion were astronomical. Even with his most advanced servers and Hermes optimizing every process, it wasn't enough. And that meant one thing: power. Real, unrelenting, near-limitless power. Tony's gaze shifted to the far corner of the lab, where a stack of old blueprints sat collecting dust. It's time for the arc reactor. The first step was updating the design. With the resources at Stark Research and Innovation Center, he quickly digitized the blueprints, overlaying modern schematics onto the old foundation. He tapped into Hermes to simulate the design in 3D, identifying weak points and areas for optimization. The heart of the reactor was the challenge: a vibranium core. Vibranium's unique energy-absorbing properties made it the perfect material for stabilizing the reactor's immense energy output. But Tony had a limited supply. Convincing his father to part with even a fraction of the Stark family's vibranium reserves had been a diplomatic nightmare. Borrowing a little more for this project? Let's just say Howard didn't need to know. Yet, "All right, you beautiful metal, don't let me down," he muttered, placing a piece of vibranium into a precision laser cutter. The core needed to be flawless. One imperfection and the reactor would fail catastrophically. Tony didn't just want to build an arc reactor. He wanted to build the world's first miniaturized arc reactor. The version he envisioned could sit in the palm of his hand, a marvel of engineering capable of powering Legion and a dozen other projects he hadn't even conceived yet. This required a deep dive into electromagnetism, particle physics, and quantum mechanics. Well, he got that part covered. The biggest obstacle was heat dissipation. A device so compact running at such high energy levels threatened to melt itself or worse, explode. Tony solved the issue by designing a multi-layer cooling system, utilizing nanofluidic channels that cycled liquid nitrogen around the core in microseconds. After weeks of work, countless failed simulations, and a few sleepless nights, the reactor was finally ready for its first live test. The lab was eerily silent as Tony placed the small, circular device into a containment chamber. Hermes chimed in. Energy stabilization parameters set. System diagnostics green across the board. Thanks, Hermes. Now let's see if this baby sings, Tony replied, fingers hovering over the activation button. With a deep breath, he pressed the button. The arc reactor hummed to life. A soft blue glow emanated from the vibranium core, casting dancing shadows across the walls. The hum grew louder and steadier as the reactor stabilized. Data scrolled across Tony's holographic display. Output stable at 20.2 gigajoules per second. No heat anomalies detected. Hell yeah. Tony grinned, a triumphant laugh escaping him. I was aiming for 5.5 to 6, but 20.2. Damn, I'm a genius. With the arc reactor now operational, his mind buzzed with possibilities. This wasn't just a power source for Legion. It was a gateway to a new era of energy independence. He envisioned cities powered by reactors the size of suitcases, cars that never needed refueling, and satellites capable of indefinite operation. And, of course, the reactor would make the perfect centerpiece for his Iron Man suit, a concept he hadn't touched yet but was growing more tempting by the day. One step at a time, Tony reminded himself, though his smirk betrayed the flood of ideas racing through his mind. He leaned back in his chair, the glow of the arc reactor reflected in his eyes. His father had laid the groundwork, but he completed the vision. With the arc reactor ready, Tony knew it was time to push the Legion AI and the nanites into their next phase. The power constraints that had limited their functionality were no longer an issue. The focus shifted to scalability and precision. However, the AI was still in the learning phase and would take a week or two. "Sir, you've been working non-stop. How about you take a break?" Hermes suggested, concerned for his creator's mental health. "You're right, Hermes." Tony stood up from his chair and stretched his arms, followed by a large yawn. "Well, time to get some fresh air. Put the security to red level. Capture any unauthorized person who trespasses. In the case of property harm or break-in, break their limbs and throw them in the containment chamber. Red level, security level 12. Capture and lock-up protocols in place." Hermes acknowledged. "Great. Be right back," Tony said, walking out of his lab. He went to the bathroom and took a quick bath, then got dressed. Afterward, he took his wallet and keys, then walked out of the facility. Tony walked down the winding path leading from the facility to the beach. The salty breeze whipped through his hair, carrying with it the rhythmic crash of the waves below. Malibu was a haven of calm, but Tony's mind buzzed with the afterglow of his latest triumph. The arc reactor was a game-changer, but now he needed a reward for himself. Junk food and a cold Coke sounded like perfection. The beachside restaurant wasn't fancy. It was one of those casual joints with outdoor seating, a few surfboards propped up for decoration, and a large fish prop on display. The aroma of grilled burgers, fries, and fried seafood hung in the air, pulling Tony in like a tractor beam. As he entered, the place was buzzing with chatter, the sound of plates clinking, and the occasional laughter of patrons enjoying the laid-back atmosphere. The place was packed up with one seat open. A woman sat at the table, her back to him. Her auburn hair was tied back in a loose ponytail, a few strands escaping to frame her face. She wore a simple blue shirt and short jeans, but her posture gave her an air of quiet elegance. She looked tired, her shoulders slightly slouched as she flipped through a menu, occasionally glancing into her purse. "Hey, is this seat taken?" He walked to her and asked casually, pointing to the chair next to her. The woman turned, startled for a moment before her expression softened. Her green irises locked on his. Wow! He noticed how beautiful the woman before him was, and there was something different about her, but he couldn't put his finger on it, and he became curious. "Not at all," she said, her tone polite but tinged with weariness. She pushed her purse aside to make room. He took the seat, gesturing to the bartender for a menu. "Rough day?" he asked, flashing a disarming smile. The waiter quickly came and handed him the menu. She raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. "You could say that. It's been one of those days where everything that can go wrong does." "Ah, the old Murphy's Law special," Tony said, leaning on the counter. "Let me guess. You dropped your phone, missed a deadline, and now you're debating whether fries or onion rings will make it better." The corner of her mouth twitched into a reluctant smile. "Close. It's more like figuring out if I can afford either." Tony's smile faltered for a fraction of a second, quickly replaced by a look of genuine concern. "That bad? Huh?" he asked, his voice softening. The woman sighed, clearly debating whether to confide in this stranger. After a brief pause, she leaned back in her chair, running a hand through her hair. "Let's just say life's been throwing me curveballs left and right." Tony rested his elbows on the counter, curiosity sparking in his eyes. "Care to share? I promise I'm a great listener. And who knows, I might even have a solution or two up my sleeve." She snorted softly, shaking her head. "Doubt it, but sure, why not? I could use a vent." She took a sip of water from her glass before continuing. I just graduated with a BBA. Landed what I thought was my dream job, decent pay, opportunities for growth, and the work. But then my boss decided my resume wasn't the only thing he wanted to evaluate. Tony's jaw tightened, but he said nothing, letting her continue. I turned him down, obviously, she said, her tone sharp with lingering anger. But the guy wouldn't take no for an answer. Last night, he cornered me in his office. I warned him to back off, but he didn't listen. What happened? Tony asked, leaning in slightly. Her lips curved into a bitter smile. Let's just say he's gonna have a hard time breathing and walking for a while. I might have busted his nose and nuts. Tony couldn't help it. Ha 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 ha. She glared at him. He raised his hands defensively. Sorry, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at the image of this creep getting what he deserves. Well, he did, she said, her tone softening slightly. But it didn't end there. Security showed up, the cops were called, and guess who got arrested for assault? Yours truly. You're kidding. He closed the menu. Nope. She rubbed her temples, exhaustion evident in her movements. I had to bribe my way out, and now I'm down to my last few bucks. Rent's due next week, and I've got no idea what I'm going to do. Tony studied her for a moment, his mind working fast. This wasn't just anyone sitting next to him. This was someone with guts, someone who didn't back down when pushed. He admired that. You've had one hell of a week, he said, his tone sympathetic. But hey, for what it's worth, I think you did the right thing. She shrugged. Doesn't feel like it right now. Ah, look at us, talking without knowing each other's names, Tony remarked. He extended his hand toward her. Tony Stark. She shook his hand. Natasha Romanoff. Tony sat back in his chair, a casual smile plastered on his face, though his mind was working overtime. Natasha Romanoff. The name sent alarm bells ringing in the back of his head. In the comics from his past life memories, Natasha is a complex character, a deadly operative who often worked for either S.H.I.E.L.D. or the Red Room, and someone whose motives were rarely clear. Was her presence here really just a coincidence? Or had he been marked by someone already watching his every move? If she was a spy, there was no telling how deep this went. And this entire place reeks of a setup. Someone might have been keeping an eye on him, and as soon as he got out of his lab, they put their little plan into action. Starting with the restaurant, which is completely packed up with just a single seat open before her, and then her emotional story. This isn't a coincidence. This is a trap. All these people around me could be spies. Gotta act normal. He considered leaving right away, but it would alert them, and it's dangerous. But Tony didn't let his growing paranoia show. Well, Natasha Romanoff, it seems like the universe decided we needed to meet. So why don't we make the best of it? Let's put all the worries behind us for a moment and enjoy a good lunch. And not to worry, it's on me and I won't take a no, he said with his usual charming smile. He motioned to the waiter. Her meal's on me. Get her whatever she wants, plus dessert. Natasha raised an eyebrow, her lips curving into a faint smile. You don't have to do that. Tony waved her off. Please, it's a small gesture. Besides, I owe you for the entertainment value of imagining you taking down your boss. She chuckled softly, and he saw some of the tension ease from her posture. The waiter arrived, pen and paper in hand. Tony ordered a jumbo cheeseburger and a side of onion rings, then glanced at Natasha. I'll have the same. Thank you. The waiter was about to leave. Wow, wait a sec. He stopped the waiter and turned to Natasha. You don't want dessert? Come on, you can't have a good meal without something sweet. I don't think I can finish all this, she said, a playful glint in her eyes. Nonsense. I'll eat whatever you can't finish. Well, all right. In that case, bring me the apple pie. Coming right up, the waiter said, heading back into the kitchen. The two made small talk as they waited for the food, with Tony steering the conversation away from the heavy topics and focusing on lighthearted banter. He was careful to avoid divulging any details about his past or his current work. When the food arrived, Natasha dug in with gusto. Tony was surprised to see her put away the massive burger with ease. He signaled the waiter to bring another one. Natasha didn't argue and smiled at him. The waiter brought another burger, and she took another big bite without holding back. She noticed how he was looking at her with an expression that screamed, "Is this girl for real?" "What? You think a girl can't eat?" she said, smirking. Tony shook his head. "No, I'm just impressed. I didn't expect you to pack it away like a champ. I don't get out much, and my diet consists of cheap takeout," she said between bites. "So this is a real treat. Besides, gotta fill myself up because tonight I might go to bed on an empty stomach." She took another bite and tried to speak. "Thanks for the food. My pleasure. As for dinner, how about we meet here tonight? Only if you want to." He pointed it out not to sound like a creep. She smiled, her gaze turning coy. "I'd love that, but what's the catch? People don't usually do nice things for strangers without wanting something in return. You're not a stranger anymore. We've spent the last 30 minutes talking about life and eating together. That makes us friends, and friends look out for each other, right?" Tony asked, taking a bite of his burger. "Friends? Yeah. I like the sound of that," Natasha nodded. "So?" He arched an eyebrow. "All right, fine," she laughed, shaking her head. "I'll meet you here tonight, but don't be surprised if I clean out your wallet." "I wouldn't dream of it," Tony replied with a smile. The two finished their meals. Then came the dessert. The apple pie was warm and fresh, the perfect ending to a surprisingly enjoyable lunch. Afterward, Tony and Natasha parted ways, with plans to meet up later that evening. After getting out of the restaurant, he decided to take a walk around the beach. He casually walked with his hands in his pocket. The sound of waves hitting the shore and the distant calls of seagulls should have been relaxing, but he couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching him. He looked around at the people nearby, joggers, sunbathers, and surfers, but nothing seemed unusual. He found a quiet spot near some rocks and sat down on a flat, sun-warmed stone, leaning back against it. The ocean breeze ruffled his hair. For a moment, he let himself unwind, taking deep breaths and releasing the stress that had been building up for weeks. He stretched out on the rock and let out a big yawn. "Well, time to take a little rest and calm my mind. Can't let the paranoia get the best of me." He closed his eyes and focused on his breathing. After resting for 1 hour, he stretched his legs lazily, then sat up and dusted his clothes. The brief rest had done wonders to clear his mind, but the nagging feeling of unease remained. Tony returned to his facility, but instead of going into the main building, he went to the small building on the right side of the building. The sterile, minimalist room was lined with high-tech equipment, its centerpiece a cylindrical full-body scanner. He took off his clothes, placed them in a box-shaped scanner, and then stepped onto the main scanner platform. "Hermes, initiate a full-body scan. I want a detailed report on any anomalies, including external trackers or embedded devices. Also, run a sweep of my clothes." "Understood, sir." "Beginning scan sequence," Hermes replied. The scanner whirred to life, its blue light sweeping over Tony's body in precise, methodical passes. A separate arm reached for his clothes, scanning each article with equal precision. Tony stood still, arms crossed, as the process unfolded. "Give me the good news, Hermes, or the bad. I can handle either." The AI's calm voice came through the overhead speakers. "Scan complete. Results are as follows. No foreign objects or trackers detected. Your clothing also tests negative for any embedded surveillance devices. You are clean, sir." Tony exhaled, a mix of relief and frustration. "That's good, but it means they're either really clever or I'm just being paranoid. Let's keep security on high alert, just in case." Red level security remains active. "Shall I enhance monitoring protocols in the surrounding area?" "Yeah, extend the perimeter sweeps and run facial recognition on any newcomers in Malibu over the past week. And run a facial recognition on all the people in that restaurant. Let's see if there's a pattern." "Understood. I will begin immediately." Tony stepped out of the scanner, grabbing a fresh set of clothes from a nearby locker. As he dressed, his mind returned to Natasha. Whether she was friend or foe, one thing was certain. She was far from ordinary. And if there was one thing Tony Stark couldn't resist, it was a good mystery. Night, 9 p.m. Tony arrived at the restaurant just before 9 p.m., walking as he always did, hands in his pockets, wearing a plain black t-shirt and jeans. Nothing about him stood out, which was just the way he wanted it. Inside, the place had a relaxed vibe, the crowd thinner than earlier in the day. He spotted Natasha right away. She was seated at their table from lunch, wearing a simple blue shirt and black pants. She looked casual. He walked over with a small smile. "Hey, glad to see you made it." Natasha smiled back. "I almost thought you wouldn't show." Tony chuckled as he sat down. "Me? Never. Let's just say I don't pass up good food or good company." They opened the menu and continued to chat. "So, what's your story?" she asked, leaning in slightly, her tone curious. "What exactly do you do?" "You're one of the Starks, right?" "Just a regular guy, really?" he said with a shrug. "I like to tinker around with stuff, build things." He kept it vague, not wanting to give away too much, but also not wanting to seem evasive. Natasha's eyes narrowed slightly, but she smiled, clearly not fully buying the simplicity of his answer. "Tinker, huh? Sounds like you might be hiding something." Tony chuckled. "Maybe, but it's nothing too exciting. Just some hobbies, that's all." Their waiter approached with a notepad, ready to take their order. He glanced at her with a raised brow, signaling her to go first. "All right," Natasha said, tapping her chin for a moment. "I'll have the kebab platter and noodle bowl. A Diet Coke." Tony nodded. "Good choice." He turned to the waiter. "I'll have the barbecue chicken wings, chicken parm, and cream soda." The waiter scribbled on his notepad, then nodded. "I'll have your orders up shortly." "So, what about you, Natasha?" Tony asked, leaning back in his chair as he rested his hands behind his head. "What do you do when you're not, looking for a new job or enjoying a burger with random guys at lunch?" She smirked, clearly enjoying the playful tone in his voice. "I do a lot of things. Work mostly, you know? But when I have time off, I like to read and watch movies. Any recommendations?" Tony smiled. "Well, I've recently discovered that sci-fi isn't so bad. You should check out Star Wars. It's a classic." "I thought you were going to say Godfather," she said, chuckling softly. He shrugged. "Godfather is great, but I'm not into gangster stories. What about you? What's your favorite?" "Well, I do like to watch horror movies," she said with an innocent smile. His eyes widened, raising an eyebrow. "Really? Like slasher films? Stuff like that?" "Yeah." She sounded amused by his reaction. "I love old classic movies. Candyman, Psycho, etc. And yeah, Jason, Freddy, Michael Myers, all that stuff. Love it." The conversation shifted to books as their food arrived. Natasha seemed particularly interested in Tony's choice of reading material. "You read much?" she asked, taking a bite of kebab. "Or are you more into just movies?" "Both, actually. I'm into anything with a bit of mystery. You know, like Sherlock Holmes, the original stuff. But I also like modern thrillers. You ever read any of the Jack Reacher books? Those are fun." "Definitely," she said with a nod. "I've read a few. Reacher's a bit of a brute, but the stories are always a good time." They both dug into their food, the conversation flowing easily between bites. Tony found himself laughing more than he expected, enjoying the way their banter was so easy. He never expected someone like Natasha to feel so normal, but deep inside he knew it was all fake. The real question was who was the spider and who was the fly. Their conversation carried on, flowing easily between topics as they finished their meals. "Well," Natasha said, looking at him with a raised brow, "this was fun. Thanks for the dinner. It's not every day I get treated to a meal like this." Tony smiled, leaning in slightly. "I'm glad you enjoyed it. And hey, we could always do this again sometime." "Well, you know, as much as I'd like to take up on that offer, I still have to figure out my job situation. But thanks," she said softly. Sigh. A job. Huh? Tell you what, meet me here tomorrow at noon around 2. Maybe I could help you out in finding a good job. And no catch. Promise. We're friends, right? She considered his offer. Okay, but don't go and pull some rich guy stunt. It will piss me off. Wouldn't dream of it, Tony replied. Natasha rose from her seat, giving Tony one final smile. Tomorrow then. He watched her leave, the growing feeling in his chest unsettling. That smile. The look on her face didn't match what he was seeing. What really lay behind her fake facade. Tony stepped out of the scanner for the second time that day, his expression grim as he watched the readout confirm, once again, that no foreign objects had been found. The burn chamber adjacent to the scanner flared briefly as his clothes were incinerated. He checked his phone and the data that Natasha sent him related to her qualifications. He simply typed it manually on the console and discarded the phone. Better be careful. There might be a bug in the data that she sent him, which might have escaped Hermes scans, and he won't risk it. With AI, anything could happen. Even a tiny slip-up is possible if one knows how. Hermes, status update on Legion's learning phase and the facial recognition. Legion is at 73% of the learning phase, sir. Current projections estimate completion within 48 hours, barring interruptions. Facial recognition on individuals from the restaurant is 42% complete. Tony rubbed his chin. Keep me posted. Expand the recognition algorithm to include international databases, just in case. Understood, sir. With the night pressing in and his thoughts swirling like a hurricane, Tony made his way to the gym room. The space was state-of-the-art, filled with high-tech exercise equipment and training gear. But tonight, he only needed the basics. A sandbag and his fists. Gym room. Dressed in simple black athletic gear, Tony wrapped his hands tightly, his movements mechanical, his mind elsewhere. The gym lights cast sharp shadows, their flickering barely noticeable as he squared up in front of the sandbag. He started slow, throwing light jabs. Jab, jab, breathe. His thoughts drifted back to Natasha. The look in her eyes, the smile that didn't quite reach them, the way she effortlessly deflected his questions while steering the conversation toward him. She was good. Too good. Right hook. Jab. Uppercut. Who are you, Natasha Romanoff? He muttered under his breath. The sandbag swayed under the increasing force of his punches. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, but he didn't stop. His mind replayed everything in his head for that day. The crowded restaurant, her perfectly calculated responses, and how easily she fell into conversation with him. All seemed too easy, too flawless. Left hook. Jab, jab. Trap or coincidence? He asked himself, throwing a powerful cross that sent the sandbag swinging wildly. He stepped back, breathing hard. Phew, getting rusty. His eyes were fixed on the sandbag, but his mind was miles away. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was being played. Hermes, he called out, still panting. Yes, sir. Do we have any anomalies in Malibu's surveillance feeds from the last 24 hours? Negative, sir. No anomalies detected within the specified time frame. Tony shook his head, grabbing a towel to wipe the sweat off his face. Expand the search radius to 50 miles and include offshore activity. Understood. He slumped onto a nearby bench, elbows on his knees. The gym was silent, except for the soft hum of the facility's systems. His instincts screamed that something wasn't right, but he had no evidence, only the nagging feeling that Natasha wasn't who she pretended to be. Then came the throbbing headache. It's been a while since the last one, he thought, grimacing. He took out a pill bottle from his pocket. He always carries them just in case. Popping a few painkillers, he closed his eyes and waited. After a while, the throbbing lessened to a dull ache. Damn, he mumbled. Heaving himself off the bench, he tossed the towel to the side. The sandbag hung motionless, waiting for his next blow. Jab, cross, uppercut. The next few hours were spent working out his frustrations, both mental and physical. Finally, he lay on the floor, covered in sweat and breathing heavily. After that, he stood up and went to take a shower before going to his bedroom, but he couldn't sleep and kept tossing around. Sigh! Unable to relax, Tony found himself in his workshop. The holographic interface sprang to life as he activated the main console. He called up the Legion program's progress, watching the streams of data scroll across the screen. He tapped the table absent-mindedly, his thoughts returning to Natasha. Her comment about jobs had stuck with him. "Keep your friends close and your enemies closer," he said aloud, his gaze drifting over to a set of monitors. They showed a rotating view of the property and its surroundings. Everything looked peaceful and quiet. Tony's brow furrowed. "I need eyes everywhere. Let's see." He accessed the Shield's database through the back door he created way back, and he kept updating it to make sure no one found it and playing with him using a fake database. Now, over the next hour, he went through the new data, looking for anything unusual or out of place. Finally, after 2 hours of searching, he found what he was looking for. The new director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nicholas Fury. There wasn't much info on him, but Tony doesn't need info on him because he already knows Fury from the comics and movies. But what caught his eye was a simple mention of the Red Room. The rest of the details didn't make much sense and seemed to be a code of some sort. And there was no mention of Natasha's name. It's either Fury kept her off-grid or Red Room. "I hope it's not Red Room because it'll be a pain in the ass," he mumbled to himself, tapping his fingers on the workbench. "Well, time to create a job opportunity for her somewhere in Malibu," he chuckled, shaking his head. According to the info, Natasha has a degree in business management and marketing. Tony decided to play his rich boy card this time. He called the owner of that restaurant where he and Natasha met in the middle of the night and offered the guy an amount he couldn't refuse. He had a suspicion that the owner was also a spy. Call it paranoia. Well, he bought that place. But here's the fun twist. What if the former owner and workers turn out to be spies? Now, with Tony as the legal owner, what if he decides to keep them around, having them run the restaurant alongside Natasha? Together, they handle the cooking and management, while Tony sits back, enjoying some side income from the operation. "I'll play with you, Natasha," he said, grinning. "Sir." Hermes' voice rang out, breaking him out of his musings. "What is it, Hermes? You really need to get some sleep, sir." "Yeah," he yawned. "I'll do just that. You know where to find me, Hermes. Let me know if something pops up." "Understood, sir." He turned the lights off, making his way to his bedroom. Meanwhile, Victor Von Doom stood in the center of his decrepit lab, sweat dripping from his brow as he stared at the sparking remnants of his failed dimensional gate. His hands, once steady with the confidence of genius, now trembled with frustration. The machine, a culmination of 2 years of work, lay in pieces before him, its mechanisms fried, the portal generator sputtering lifelessly. "Another failure," he growled, his voice echoing through the stone chamber. So much time and resources wasted. Reed always found a way to win, even from the grave. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, a sharp pain grounding him in his spiraling rage. The castle had been his only refuge after his world came crashing down. Accused of murdering Reed Richards, the man who was once his begrudging rival, Victor had been forced to flee. Disowned by his father, hunted by the authorities, and abandoned by the world he had sought to conquer, he had retreated to this ancient fortress hidden deep in the Latverian mountains. His grandfather, long dead, had left it to him in secret. It was a final gift from a man who understood the burdens of ambition. Victor paced the room, his boots crunching on shards of glass and scattered wires. The lab, though hidden beneath the castle, was equipped with stolen technology from his father's company. Hacking into their systems, which he knew like the back of his hand, and stealing resources had been child's play for a mind like his. But even with those resources, the dimensional gate remained beyond his grasp. Arg! In a rage, he swept his arm across the workbench, causing tools and components to crash to the floor. His eye caught a tall mirror across the room. He froze. A sneering, mocking representation of himself met him from the mirror. He was a failure, an outcast, a desperate man. With a loud yell, he picked up a wrench and threw it at the mirror. The glass broke into sharp pieces, falling all over the stone floor. When the noise quieted down, Victor saw something strange. What the? A soft glow of light came from behind the broken mirror. For a moment, his curiosity calmed his anger. He walked up to the mirror's frame and touched its edges with his hands. There was a green crystal on the wall. TSK. The sharp edge of the mirror cut his finger, and as he jerked his hand back, a drop of blood fell on the crystal. Suddenly, the light became brighter, and there was a soft hiss. A hidden mechanism clicked, and the wall disappeared in the thin air. What the hell is this? Behind the wall was an old stairway lit by more green crystal. He looked down but couldn't see the end. What did you hide in here, Grandpa? He mumbled before going down without a care because he had failed over and over again and had nothing to lose at this point. Outside, Mandarin and his 10 rings tracked down Victor. Victor started to walk down the stone steps, his footsteps echoing in the tight hallway. The air got colder as he went deeper, with a slight smell of dirt and old things. Green crystals on the walls gave off a strange light, lighting up the detailed carvings that twisted along the path. What are these symbols? He traced his hand along the carvings as he walked. He had never seen anything like them before. He muttered to himself, "What were you hiding, old man?" The stairs finally ended in a vast underground chamber. Victor had never seen anything like it before. The ceiling was very high, with glowing green crystals shining brightly. The walls were filled with old, mysterious symbols carved deeply into the stone. In the middle of the room, there was a big, ornate mirror. Its frame was made of blackened metal, engraved with serpents and wolves. The glass reflected the dim light, but in that reflection, Victor felt something living in the glass, something that watched. Around the chamber were shelves carved into the walls, filled with dusty books and scrolls. A heavy wooden desk sat to one side, piled with more books and strange artifacts. On the desk, Victor's eyes fell on a red leather diary. Next to it was a faded photograph in a simple frame. The picture showed a younger man with piercing eyes and a sharp, proud face. Victor recognized the man instantly. It was his grandfather. He picked up the photograph and stared at it for a moment. He never knew his grandfather that well and barely met him twice, but for some reason, he left this place to him just before his death. Victor couldn't wait to find out the secret. He placed the photo frame down and picked up the red leather diary, his heart pounding with anticipation. The old brittle leather cover cracked as Victor opened the book. The yellow pages were filled with his grandfather's neat handwriting. The first page bore his grandfather's name, and below it, a title that sent a chill through Victor's spine: The Truth of the Von Doom Lineage. Victor sat down, his curiosity overwhelming his frustration. He began to read, his heart pounding with each word. The diary detailed his family's history, a story hidden from him his entire life. He learned that he was born to a tribe of Romani people in Latveria, ruled by a cruel nobleman known only as the Baron. His mother, Cynthia Van Dam, had been a witch of great power. She had made a dangerous pact with Mephisto, a demon who betrayed her, leading to her death when Victor was just a child. His father, Werner Van Dam, had been a skilled healer, known and respected throughout the land. After Cynthia's death, the Baron's wife fell gravely ill, and Werner was called to treat her. When his efforts failed and the woman died, the Baron accused him of murder. Werner fled with Victor, taking him far from the Baron's wrath. Victor's father had changed their surname to Von Doom, hiding their true identity to protect them both. But the secrets ran even deeper. The diary revealed that their bloodline could be traced back to Vlad Tepes Dracula himself. Victor felt a strange sense of both pride and dread as he read. He realized now why he had always felt different. If what the diary said was true, he was not just a Romani boy raised in fear of his shadowed past, but a descendant of one of the most infamous vampires in history. He closed the diary and leaned back in the chair. His mind was racing. Everything he thought he knew about himself, his family, and his past had been a lie. The failures of his life, the anger he carried, they were all pieces of a puzzle he had never been allowed to see. Now, for the first time, he saw the full picture. All those scary dreams about magic and evil spirits might actually be connected to a secret his family has been keeping from him. As someone who believes in science, it all seemed like a made-up story. But after reading his grandfather's diary, he couldn't ignore it anymore. The diary helped him understand things about himself that he never could before. Mephisto, eh? He stood up after gathering his thoughts. How much of it is truth? I need more proof. Victor turned his attention to the large mirror in the center of the chamber. It was ornate and elegant, with a swirling black frame that seemed to have been carved from obsidian. The surface was smooth and shiny, like polished black stone. Victor touched the edge of the frame with his fingers, feeling a strange, tingling feeling on his skin. It seemed as if someone were calling to him from the other side of the glass, urging him to take the last step into a world he could never have imagined. The idea was absurd, yet as he stared into the depths of the mirror, he could almost see something moving in its reflection. Something ancient and powerful. Something that had been waiting for him all this time. What is this place? He asked out loud, although there was no one else in the room to answer him. The question seemed to hang there for a moment, unanswered. Then, gradually, the glass of the mirror began to ripple, as though it were a pool of water disturbed by a pebble. The ripples spread across the glass, and in them, Victor began to see images. They were images of a place that looked like the catacombs of a castle, a place filled with dark secrets and ancient power. A thought stuck in his mind. What if magic is real? And there was no denying what he was seeing right before his eyes. What if this was his destiny from the beginning? All those failures and sufferings have led him to this point, his origin story. He knew it was impossible, but that's the whole point of science, right? To find answers to the impossible questions. Victor's heart pounded with excitement as he reached out and placed his hand against its cool surface. The glass rippled beneath his touch, and he could feel something within it reaching out to him. What? He didn't even have time to react before being sucked into the mirror. He felt as though he was going through a long, dark tunnel. A flash of light burst through, and he was in the middle of the catacombs. The cold air of the underground tomb sent shivers down his spine. Victor looked around, taking in his surroundings. The walls were lined with stone coffins, each one decorated with elaborate carvings of demons and monsters. He could feel the unnatural pressure pressing down on him as if he were stepping into a place that had been forgotten for centuries. Arg! He put his hand over his nose. The air was thick with dust and the smell of decay, making it hard to breathe. A faint green glow caught his attention. It was a book. Its pages, open and weathered by time, were lying on the ground. He walked over, and as he touched it, he felt a strange warmth beneath his fingertips. The book glowed with an eerie green light, illuminating the catacombs. Victor picked it up and read the cover. The Book of Elements. He opened the book. It was written in a language that was foreign to him. Yet, for some reason, he could understand what it said. His eyes widened when he read the first page. It was a message from his mother. The words, though written in an ancient, swirling script, flowed into his mind as if they were whispered directly into his thoughts. It was his mother's voice he heard. It was gentle yet urgent, as though the words had been waiting for him all this time. Even his cold heart ached. My dearest Victor, if you are reading this, then you have discovered the truth of our lineage, and fate has led you to this place. Know that I loved you deeply, even if our time together was tragically short. You were but a child when I was taken, and not a day has passed in this cursed existence that I do not yearn to hold you again. I have left this book for you, a record of my life, my knowledge, and my warnings. Within these pages, you will find the spells and secrets I mastered, tools that you will need to survive the dark road ahead. Victor swallowed hard, his throat tight with emotion. You come from a line of strength and suffering. Our blood carries the gifts of magic and resilience, but it also bears a curse. Be wary of demons, Victor, especially one named Mephisto. He is a deceiver, a tormentor who twists the hopes of mortals into their doom. I fell victim to his promises, foolishly believing I could protect you and our people through his power. Instead, I brought ruin upon us all. The green light from the book flickered like a dying flame, and Victor's vision blurred as tears welled up in his eyes. The pact I made with him cost me my life, but not my soul. He betrayed me, as all demons do, and dragged me into the depths of hell. I am alive, Victor, though I am bound here, imprisoned by his will. If you are reading this, then I beg you, do not follow in my footsteps. Do not let anger and vengeance cloud your judgment as they did mine. There are forces in this world darker than you can imagine, and they will seek to use you for their own ends. Victor clenched his fists, rage simmering beneath his sorrow. His mother was alive, imprisoned in hell by the very demon who had orchestrated her demise. He would not let her remain there. The message continued, her voice growing more serious. This book holds my life's work. Each spell, each ritual, is a key that can unlock power beyond mortal comprehension. But power is a double-edged sword, my son. Wield it wisely, or it will consume you. Above all, remember this. You have the strength to forge your own path, to rise above the curses of our bloodline. You are not defined by the darkness that surrounds you. You are my son, and you are stronger than you know. Victor closed the book, taking a deep breath. His mind reeled with everything he had just learned. His mother was alive, imprisoned in hell. She had left this book for him, a record of her life's work, a record of spells and rituals that could unlock power beyond mortal comprehension. He knew what he had to do. He would find a way to break her out of Mephisto's grasp. He forgot about his own fame and fortune, which seemed so trivial now. The only thing that mattered was getting his mother back and killing the demon for all the pain and suffering he had caused. Cold wind howled through the peaks of the Rocky Mountains. Mandarin and his 10 Rings assassin squad made their way up the steep slopes. They moved in perfect formation, their dark, shadowy figures cutting through the twilight. Each squad member knew that their mission was not one of ordinary importance. Mandarin's empire had been torn asunder by an enemy more powerful than they could have anticipated. The one behind it was Victor Von Doom. Mandarin's anger was like a fire slowly burning inside him, fueled by years of ambition and now driven by a need for revenge. His empire, which he had spent decades carefully building, had been destroyed by one man, the mysterious Victor Von Doom. This loss hurt him more than any other defeat ever had. With every step he took up the rough, rocky cliffs of the Latverian mountains, his rage grew stronger, pushing him forward. "Stay sharp," Mandarin ordered, his voice cold and commanding. "Victor must be close. We cannot let him escape again." The assassins nodded in unison, their faces hidden behind steel masks and shadows, their weapons gleaming under the moonlight. They were trained to hunt, to track, and to eliminate. No one escaped the 10 Rings. The search was meticulous, as they looked all over the mountain for signs of life. Finally, at the peak, they could see the silhouette of a gigantic structure. It was an old castle, which seemed deserted yet miraculously well preserved. "This is it," Mandarin whispered, his gaze narrowing as he studied the stone walls. The castle had the look of something forgotten by time, like it was waiting for something or someone to bring it back to life. With a silent signal, he and his assassins moved towards the entrance, their boots barely making a sound on the worn stone. As they entered the dimly lit hallways, the atmosphere grew heavier, thick with the scent of dust and decay. The air was unnervingly cold, and the faint hum of what could only be described as an ancient, forgotten magic hung in the corners. "This place is cursed," one of the assassins muttered, his eyes scanning the walls, which were covered in cryptic, swirling symbols. Mandarin ignored him. His attention was consumed by the task at hand. The castle was a maze of twisting corridors, yet no matter how far they went, there was no sign of Victor. Not a trace. The equipment, footprints, clean kitchen and bedroom, and the warm fireplace. Everything seemed to suggest someone had been here recently. But where was he? After hours of searching the vast labyrinth of the castle, the squad regrouped in the central chamber. The massive mirror that Victor had once stood before stood at the center, its obsidian frame casting long shadows on the walls. The mirror's glass was undisturbed, yet something felt off. The reflection seemed oddly still, almost as if mocking them. But no one noticed this eerie change. They were too focused on trying to find Victor. "He's gone," Mandarin said, his voice a low growl. The frustration in his voice was palpable. "He's playing with us. But where?" His fists clenched, and his eyes burned with rage. No one, no matter how powerful, could elude him for long. "Search the mountain," Mandarin barked. "Leave no stone unturned. He cannot have vanished into thin air." Once more, the 10 rings spread out, scouring the grounds beneath the castle, searching through the dense woods and across the cliffs, moving as fast as shadows in the night. The hours dragged on, but despite their best efforts, no trace of Victor was found. As dawn approached, the assassins returned to the castle, defeated and exhausted. Their leader waited for them, his posture tense with anger. They had failed him. They were supposed to be the best of the best, but now they were nothing but a bunch of fools. "What is this?" Mandarin hissed. "How can he not be here? Are you telling me this place has no secret tunnels or hidden passages?" "Yes," one of the assassins replied, his voice wavering. "We searched every inch of this place. There's nothing." Mandarin took a deep breath, his mind racing, trying to come up with a logical explanation. He couldn't believe that Victor had simply disappeared into thin air. His 10 rings began to glow as he aimed his right hand toward the castle. A burst of purple energy shot out of his fist and struck the castle. There was no sound or explosion, but a simple sizzling sound. Within seconds, the castle began to disintegrate, layer by layer, until there was nothing left but an empty plot. "I'll find you, Victor Von Doom," Mandarin promised, "even if I have to tear this entire planet apart to do so." And with that, he and his 10 rings left the mountain. Meanwhile, inside the catacombs, Victor sat cross-legged on the cold stone floor, surrounded by the faint green glow emanating from the Book of Elements. The air was still, save for the occasional crackle of magical energy flickering between his fingertips as he began to harness the ancient spells written within the tome. His sharp mind, honed by years of scientific rigor, now worked tirelessly to decipher and master the arcane. The book lay open before him, its pages filled with complex sigils, swirling diagrams, and incantations written in the strange, ancient tongue. Yet as he read, the words seemed to rearrange themselves, forming coherent thoughts and phrases in his mind. "Control the elements, and you control the world," his mother's voice echoed in his thoughts as he read one of her annotations. Victor raised a hand, focusing intently. He recited the incantation etched into the page before him. The syllables were sharp and guttural, yet they felt natural in his mouth, as if they had always been there, waiting for this moment. A spark of flame flickered to life in his palm, its heat warm but contained. He turned it over, marveling at the way the fire obeyed his will, shaping itself into a sphere, then a spiraling flame. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, the scientist in him fascinated by the interplay of magic and energy. "Fire, a manifestation of pure energy," he muttered, his voice echoing off the stone walls. "Yet it responds to thought and intention. This isn't just power, this is science rewritten." Encouraged, he turned the page. The next spell described the manipulation of water. He reached out his hand again, and a stream of water began to form in the air, drawn from the very moisture of the chamber. It swirled and danced, its movements precise and graceful under his control. Victor's excitement grew as he continued to experiment. He summoned small gusts of wind, then shifted to command the very stones around him. Pebbles and chunks of rock lifted into the air, hovering for a moment before gently lowering back to the ground. Incredible! If I can merge magic and technology, then who can even stop me? Here, in the depths of the earth, Victor was in his element. The knowledge of his lineage, the betrayal of Mephisto, and the imprisonment of his mother had awakened something within him. His mind, once preoccupied with the rational world, now fully embraced the impossible. The green glow of the book brightened as he turned to a new section, binding rituals and protective wards. Back to Tony, Malibu. The next morning, the sunlight filtered through the windows, dragging Tony from a restless sleep. His body ached from the previous night's workout, but his mind was sharper, focused. He swung his legs over the edge of the bed and rubbed his temples. "All right, Hermes," he said, his voice gravelly. "Tell me you've got something new for me." "Good morning, sir." Surveillance feeds expanded to a 50-mile radius. One anomaly detected offshore, an unregistered vessel lingering at the edge of international waters. It appears stationary. Tony's brow furrowed. What type of vessel? Small, possibly a private yacht. No visible identifying markers, but thermal imaging indicates active systems on board. "Send a drone. I want visuals and a heat signature analysis. Let's see if we can get a clearer picture of what's going on." A large yawn escaped his mouth as he rubbed his eyes. "Drone dispatched. TA 3 minutes. Tony stood and stretched. He quickly freshened up and made his way to the workshop. The holographic interface was already lit up, displaying the trajectory of the drone as it approached the mysterious yacht. The feed flickered to life, showing a black yacht anchored just outside legal boundaries. The design was minimal, modern, and far too advanced to be an ordinary yacht. "Zoom in," he commanded. The image adjusted, revealing faint movement on the deck. A single figure pacing, cloaked in a long coat. The heat signature analysis revealed more. At least 3 others were inside the vessel, their outlines faint but distinct. "Well, this isn't suspicious at all," Tony muttered, narrowing his eyes. "Hermes, enhance audio. Let's see if they're chatty." The audio feed crackled to life, faint but discernible. A voice, sharp, clipped, with a faint Russian accent, spoke rapidly. Another voice responded, this one deeper, its words measured. "Preparations nearly complete. Timing must be perfect. Romanov, we need to know what Stark is hiding in that facility." Tony's stomach twisted at the mention of Natasha's name. His instincts had been right. This wasn't a coincidence. "Record everything," he ordered. "Cross-reference the voices with known aliases or operatives in the SHIELD database." "Processing, sir." As Hermes worked, Tony's mind raced. He needs to amp up the new nanites development and create a suit. Only then he would have enough power to face the threat. "Hermes, reroute the drone to maintain a high-altitude observation position. I don't want them noticing us yet." "Understood, sir." Tony leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers against the desk. "All right, if they want to play spy games, let's give them a show." He pulled up the plans for the restaurant, now legally his, and began designing modifications. Hidden cameras, microphones, and other surveillance tech would be installed in every corner of the building. He called the owner for the keys and hard copies of legal documents and asked him to meet at the restaurant within 30 minutes. Well, when money was involved, people did not argue. Tony gathered his gadgets and locked the facility as usual. He went to the restaurant at the exact time of the meeting. The previous owner and his lawyer were already waiting outside. They greeted him and led him inside the building. After exchanging greetings and signing several important documents, the owner handed Tony the keys. They parted ways as quickly as they had met, and Tony was left alone in the silent restaurant. "Well, let's see." He took out his new customized phone and began to scan the place, hoping to find something. His intuition didn't let him down. Although he didn't find any bugs, he noticed some places under the tables and chairs had small clean spots. It was as if something had been placed there and removed recently. He checked the props on the wall and it was the same. There were no bugs, but it looked like someone had come here before him and cleaned the place. Whoever it was, they were good at covering their tracks, but not good enough. Thanks to him buying the place, those agents had to work in a hurry to clean up the place. "Oh my, would you look at that? How lovely." He grinned. And so, the game begins. Tony spent the day installing hidden cameras and microphones throughout the restaurant, all linked to Hermes. Now, if anyone tried to mess with anything, he would know about it. He looked at his watch. It was 10 a.m. He was supposed to meet up with Natasha at 2 p.m. Well, got enough time. He made sure everything was ready before he locked the place and decided to grab some fresh fruits and some groceries from the market. His freezer and kitchen cabinets were almost empty. 3 months ago, Natasha Romanoff sat straight in a hard metal chair, her face calm and hard to read. Around her, a team of Red Room operatives worked quietly. General Dreykov stood at the head of the table. The holographic display of Tony Stark's face reflected on his big glasses. Stark's smirk was filled with arrogance, and his dark eyes were gleaming with the kind of intelligence that both fascinated and unnerved her. The dossier in Natasha's hands detailed everything they knew about the heir to Stark Industries. Genius-level intellect, MIT prodigy, robotics innovator, and son of the legendary Howard Stark. "He's disappeared," Dreykov said, his voice sharp and clipped. "No public appearances for over a year. No interviews. No social connections. No involvement in Stark Industries since graduating. A recluse in Malibu, of all places." Natasha's gaze didn't waver as she responded. "And yet you think he's a threat?" "Not a threat," Dreykov corrected. "A loose end. Stark Industries is one of the most powerful weapons manufacturers in the world. Howard Stark was a problem for us for years, always slipping out of reach. His son might be worse. Stark Jr. is unpredictable, brilliant, and, for some reason, working in isolation. We don't know what he's building. All our efforts to sneak in and hack into the facility have failed. The technology at that place is beyond anything we have ever encountered. If the security is that tight, it can only mean one thing. Stark is building something big, something new, something that will destabilize the entire balance of power in the world if left unchecked, and that makes him dangerous." The room was silent for a moment, tension thick in the air. Natasha's mind raced as she pieced together the information. Stark's seclusion wasn't just a personal choice. It was calculated. A man like Tony Stark didn't fade into obscurity without a reason. "What's the objective?" she asked, breaking the silence. Dreykov's lips curled into a thin smile. "Get close to him. Gain his trust. Find out what he's working on. If it's something we can use, acquire it. If it's something we can't, neutralize the threat." The word hung in the air, heavy with implication. Neutralize. Natasha nodded, her face betraying nothing. This was just another mission, another role to play, another target to manipulate and probably kill in the end. Arrival in Malibu. The sunny California weather was very different from the cold, lifeless feel of the Red Room. Natasha put on her sunglasses as she got out of the black SUV, looking around the beautiful beach town. It was nothing like the busy cities she usually worked in. The air had a salty, sunscreen smell, and the sound of waves hitting the shore made everything feel calm. Maybe too calm for the job she had to do. Her cover identity was a new resident trying to make a break. A young woman with a degree in business management and marketing, looking for opportunities in Malibu's small but affluent business scene. It was simple, unassuming, and believable. Since she doesn't have a record outside, it made the job easier. Red Room created a new identity for this mission. Her first task had been setting up the restaurant where Tony goes most of the time. The Red Room had purchased the property under a shell company weeks before her arrival, equipping it with hidden cameras, microphones, and a state-of-the-art surveillance system. Every inch of the building had been swept and prepped for its dual purpose, a functioning eatery and a covert operations hub. No one, including the workers, knew what was going on in there. Well, they were professional after all. For the first 3 months, Natasha had observed from a distance. Stark's routines were irregular at best. He rarely left his facility, a sprawling, high-tech building perched on a cliff overlooking the ocean. When he did go out, it was usually for groceries or the occasional walk along the beach or to grab lunch. He spoke to no one. His interactions were limited to cashiers and delivery drivers. There were no parties, no visitors, and no signs of reckless behavior. "He's disciplined," Natasha reported during a secure call to the Red Room. "Focused. He's not wasting time. Whatever he's working on, it's consuming him. Then it's time to make contact, Dreykov instructed. Push him. See how he reacts. Natasha's mind raced as she planned her approach. Stark was brilliant, and brilliant people were often predictable in their arrogance. He wouldn't be swayed by simple flattery or charm. No, she would need to play this carefully and show just enough vulnerability to disarm him, enough wit to keep his interest, and enough mystery to make him want more. The restaurant was the perfect trap. Its location was strategic, positioned near one of Stark's usual walking routes, and it was his usual lunch spot. Natasha had ensured the staff were all in place, unwitting pawns who believed they were simply running a business. The surveillance system was active, every angle covered, every microphone tuned to pick up the faintest whispers. The final piece of the puzzle was making sure Stark ended up at her table. This required a bit of subtle manipulation. The seating arrangements were adjusted. A few tables were conveniently marked as reserved, and Natasha positioned herself in the most accessible spot. She chose her outfit carefully, casual but flattering, approachable but not overbearing. The key was to look unassuming, someone he wouldn't immediately suspect. When Tony entered the restaurant that day, she felt a spark of satisfaction. He looked exactly as she had anticipated, dressed down in jeans and a t-shirt, his posture relaxed but his eyes sharp, scanning the room with an awareness that hinted at his underlying paranoia. Natasha didn't approach him directly. She waited, letting the carefully orchestrated scenario play out. The coincidental open seat at her table, the casual banter that followed, the way she eased into the role of someone slightly out of place, someone who needed a friend. Her every word, every gesture was calculated. The way she smiled, the way she leaned in a little when she talked, the way she laughed at his jokes. It was all part of the act. But as she sat across from him, listening to his confident charm and clever words, she was surprised by how real he seemed. Underneath his sarcastic tone, there was a sincerity she hadn't expected. And there was something else, something she couldn't quite figure out, that made her think this mission might be harder than she'd thought. Well, it just went from harder to hell mode when Tony suddenly bought that restaurant the same day. He promised her that he'd find a job for her. In a hurry, the spies cleared the place and made sure nothing was out of the ordinary. Natasha had a suspicion that something was wrong. She wondered if her mission was compromised. Did he know about us? Is that why he bought it? Or could it be something else? The questions lingered in her mind, but she pushed them aside, focusing on the task at hand. She couldn't afford to lose Tony's trust now, not after working so hard to gain it. Failure wasn't an option. What's your plan? Dreykov demanded. We can't afford to lose this opportunity. Natasha remained calm. I'll handle it, sir. There is no indication that Tony Stark discovered our presence. His actions were merely opportunistic, nothing more. We can't risk it, Dreykov insisted. If you see even a hint that your cover is compromised, I want you to terminate the target and infiltrate his facility. Natasha nodded, keeping her face impassive. Understood. With that, the call ended. Natasha was left alone with her thoughts. She had to admit, she was impressed by Tony's ability to surprise her. He was more clever and resourceful than she'd anticipated. It made him dangerous, but it also made him interesting. It's been a while since she felt the thrill of a challenge. Noon. As planned, Natasha went to the restaurant and saw it was open as usual, but the workers were all new. Tony was sitting in the same spot the day they first met. He waved at her with his usual grin. She walked towards him, feeling a mix of emotions she couldn't quite understand. So, do you like chicken shawarma? Tony asked as Natasha took a seat across from him. It's one of my favorite foods, actually, she replied. Tony chuckled. I guess we have something in common then. He called the waiter and ordered. She studied his face as he did. He seemed relaxed as usual. There was no trace of suspicion or anger in his expression. Just the same friendly smile he always wore. It was almost unnerving how easily he could hide his emotions. Was he faking it? Or was he really as unbothered as he seemed? So as promised, I got a job for you. He took out a piece of paper from his pocket and placed it before her. Natasha took the paper and read it. It was a contract for her to be the official manager of this restaurant. The salary was very generous. Wait, you bought this place? She asked while trying to be surprised. Tony grinned. Yes, and as you said, I didn't pull my rich daddy card. It's all my money. So? I don't know what to say, Natasha said in disbelief. Then say yes. I know it's not much, but as a fresh graduate, you need to earn some experience, right? And besides, if you work hard, then in a couple of years we'll be able to open a couple of more restaurants around this place. Together, we'll slowly devour the Malibu restaurant business, Tony said excitedly. Natasha was stunned. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. She was expecting him to give her a job in one of the Stark facilities, but it was completely unexpected. Hey, you all right? If you don't like it, then there's nothing more I can do. Besides, I doubt in your situation you have any better option, right? Better sign the paper or go to bed hungry tonight, Tony joked. She chuckled, shaking her head. It wasn't a fake laugh. She felt genuinely amused. This guy, he never failed to surprise her. Are you always that direct? She asked. Oh, you mean the last part about your situation? Yeah, it's always better to be direct rather than dance around the subject. You were looking for a job. I have a job for you. So how about it? Want to devour the Malibu restaurant business with me? Tony asked as he extended his hand to her. That's very tempting. But before I agree, I need to know one thing. Why are you doing this for me? I know you said we are friends, but still, Natasha asked with a serious face. Tony's expression changed. He looked at her with a gentle smile. It was the same smile that she'd seen on his face the day they'd first met. There was something warm and caring in his eyes that made her feel a little off balance. Would you believe me if I said I fell for you the first moment I saw you? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Did you? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper.
No.
His answer was simple and straightforward. I don't believe in love at first sight. Love is something that grows over time. It's something you build with another person, not something you fall into. But I enjoy your company. You got that aura around you, like an invisible wall between you and the world. Makes me curious. So, I'd like to spend more time with you and get to know you better. Natasha was speechless. She had never expected him to be so blunt and honest. She was used to lies, deceit, and manipulation. She was used to dealing with people who had ulterior motives. But get a grip. You are here to gain his trust and infiltrate his facility. That's all, she reminded herself. She extended her hand and took his hand. Okay then, I'll accept your offer. And I also enjoy your company. So, let's devour the Malibu restaurant business together, she said with a smile. Tony grinned. That's the spirit. They shook hands and then went on to discuss business plans. Natasha asked him questions about how he planned to run the place while Tony explained everything in detail. He was clearly passionate about it, and it made Natasha feel a little guilty for what she was about to do. The waiter brought them their food. It was chicken shawarma as ordered by Tony. Let's eat. You must be starving. I know I am, Tony said as he took a bite of his food. Natasha followed suit, taking a bite of her own food. It was delicious. Tony watched her intently. She could feel his eyes on her. It made her feel self-conscious, but she tried to ignore it. I like your red hair. Is it dye? Or are you perhaps a natural? He suddenly asked. Excuse me? Natasha was taken aback by the sudden question. Your hair. It looks really nice. The color suits you well, Tony said, pointing at her red curls with his fork. Natasha blushed a little. It's been a while since anyone complimented her on her appearance. Thank you. It's natural. I got it from my mother. TSK. What the hell is this feeling? She wondered. I see. Well, you look great, Tony said as he continued to eat. Wait, I was expecting him to ask about my parents, but what the hell is wrong with this guy? She wondered. Now that Natasha was busy with the restaurant job, Tony took a little breather and shifted his attention to the Legion AI. It was completed. The only thing left was to check if it could handle trillions of nanites without harming the user. Besides that, the private yacht also moved away from the location. He was able to get snippets of their conversation, but nothing that useful. It was like they talked in codes or the communication was encrypted. Phew! Tony stretched his arms. Everything was ready for the next step, but before that, the bet he made with his father about creating the perfect arc reactor, well, he already won. He called Howard that day. Within a few seconds, he picked up the call. His face appeared on the screen before Tony. "Hey, Dad. Busy?" "Nope, I'm free." Howard smiled and asked, "You are a sight for sore eyes. So, you calling me means two things. You either want something or you finally managed to achieve a breakthrough in your project. Which one is it?" "The second one, of course," Tony replied with an arrogant smirk as he held the arc reactor in his hand and showed it to him. "So, can this be the perfect arc reactor?" Howard's expression turned serious, and he said, "That's small. What core did you use? What's the energy output?" Tony's smirk turned into a frown, and he started to explain, "Vibranium, and the energy output is 20.2 gigajoules per second. Pretty impressive, right? I mean, it can generate clean and virtually limitless energy. This single one with a little bit of tweaking can run the entire Stark Industries forever with just simple maintenance every now and then. And your expression says I won the bet." "Huh. That's impressive, son. You won the bet," Howard said with a smile. He was proud of his son. His genius had finally reached a point where the future of humanity was within his hands. He couldn't wait to see what Tony was planning to achieve in the future. His lifelong dream of creating perfect clean energy was finally realized in the form of vibranium-based arc reactors. He asked with a little curiosity, "Is this why you asked for the vibranium?" "Yup, but I'm also working on another project that needs it as well. Anyway, you do remember about that reward, right?" Tony asked. "Fine, you'll get your island. Now, tell me about this new project of yours that requires that much vibranium," Howard replied, and he was more than intrigued about what his son wanted to achieve using vibranium. "I'll tell you in due time, Dad. All I can say right now is that my research will help humanity beyond their wildest imagination. Just trust me, okay? By the way, how is Mom doing?" he asked. "How do you think?" Howard replied with a question. Angry. I was so busy I forgot to call her," Tony sighed. Howard knew the reason his son was so busy. After all, it was all the projects his son was working on. He was worried seeing how his son had become a workaholic in recent days. However, he could not do much to stop Tony. In fact, it was one of the happiest times in Howard's life. His son had grown so much within these few months, and he couldn't stop himself from worrying about his son's future. "All right, then. I'm off. Talk to you later, Dad." "You better call her today," Howard warned him as Tony was about to hang up the call. "I will," he assured. Howard could only shake his head in helplessness. Tony leaned back in his chair, letting out a breath as he glanced at the clock on the wall. "Right, Mom," he muttered to himself, pulling up his hollow screen and tapping to call her. He adjusted his seat as the ringing began, mentally preparing for the lecture he knew was coming. Within seconds, the call connected, and Maria Stark's face appeared on the screen, her expression a mix of curiosity and mild annoyance. Well, if it isn't my son who finally remembers he has a mother," Maria quipped, crossing her arms. She wasn't mad, not entirely, but her tone carried the weight of having waited for this call for far too long. "Hey, Mom. Missed me?" Tony started with his signature charm, flashing a grin. "Don't you dare try to sweet-talk me," she shot back, but there was a fondness in her voice. "I've been waiting for this call for weeks. Do you know how many dinners I've had to convince myself you'd probably show up for? You didn't. You promised to come home last month. Remember?" "Yeah, I know. I am sorry," Tony admitted, raising his hands in mock surrender. "I've been busy." "Busy? Busy with what?" saving the world, inventing a time machine, or building something even more ridiculous? She asked, her eyebrows raised. Tony chuckled, shaking his head. Not that ridiculous. But, you're not far off. He paused, reaching off-screen to grab the arc reactor. Look at this, Mom. The perfect arc reactor. Vibranium-based, unlimited clean energy, completely sustainable. Humanity is never going to run out of power again. How's that for busy? Maria's eyes widened as she leaned closer to the screen. Tony, that's incredible. Her expression softened, and a proud smile replaced the annoyance. Howard told me you'd been working on something groundbreaking, but I didn't think it would be this monumental. I'm proud of you, sweetheart. Tony's smirk faltered, just for a moment, at her words. For all the accolades and accomplishments he'd racked up, hearing his mother say she was proud always hit differently. Thanks, Mom. Means a lot coming from you. But, Maria said, her tone suddenly sharp, that doesn't excuse you from ignoring your family. I'm proud of you, yes, but I don't want to see you work yourself to death. You need balance, Tony. Tony sighed, running a hand through his hair. I know. I'll do better. Okay? Promise. It's just, there's a lot at stake right now. Big projects. Big moves. You and Dad always said to aim high, right? Her expression softened again. Yes, but we also taught you to take care of yourself. Your father and I, we only ever wanted you to have a future where you could live freely, without being consumed by your work. All right, I get it. I'll take a break soon, he assured her, though his tone suggested it was more of a delay than a certainty. But tell me, how've you been? What's going on in your world? Well, nothing as exciting as vibranium reactors, Maria teased. But I've been working on a few charity events. Your father insists on overseeing every little detail as usual, but it's been keeping me busy. Tony smirked at the mention of his father's micromanagement. Sounds about right. I don't think Dad's ever met a detail he didn't want to obsess over. She chuckled softly. It keeps him out of trouble, at least. But enough about us. When are you coming home, Tony? We could use some of your charm at these events, you know. A little Stark star power might loosen a few purse strings. Tony leaned back, rubbing his chin as if he were seriously considering it. Charity galas and schmoozing with donors. Tempting. But I think the world-saving gig takes precedence. That being said, I'll see if I can make time. No promises, though. Don't tease me, Tony, Maria warned, but her smile betrayed her. It would mean a lot to have you there, and I'm sure your father would enjoy showing you off to his friends. I bet, he replied with a wry grin. All right, I'll check my schedule. Worst case, I'll send a hologram of me. Almost as good as the real thing, right? Not even close, she shot back, shaking her head. But I'll take what I can get. Deal, he said, glancing at the clock again. Anyway, I've got to run. Big day tomorrow, you know how it is. But I'll call again soon. Sooner than last time, I promise. Maria's expression softened again. You better, Tony, and take care of yourself, all right? You're more important to us than any of your projects. His usual smirk gave way to a genuine smile. I will, Mom. Love you. Love you too, sweetheart. Don't work too hard, Maria said before the call ended. Tony leaned back in his chair, staring at the now empty holoscreen. He let out a deep breath, the weight of his family's concerns settling in his chest. Right? Balance, he muttered to himself. Then, with a shake of his head, he refocused on the work ahead. There was still so much to do. Back to the main lab. Tony stood in his lab, surrounded by the gentle hum of machines and the soft glow of holoscreens displaying complex streams of data. In the center of the room, a sleek container filled with trillions of shimmering, microscopic nanites rested atop a reinforced platform. Beside it, the new vibranium-based arc reactor was securely mounted in a custom-built cradle, its brilliant blue light pulsing steadily, a testament to the raw, limitless energy it generated. All right, boys and girls, Tony muttered to himself, pulling up a 3D holographic interface of the Legion AI. The interface displayed a swirling array of interconnected nodes and neural pathways, the AI's simulated brain. Let's see if you're ready to handle the pressure. He tapped a few controls, summoning 2 smaller AIs into the system. Hermes, Elena, you're up. Monitor the integration process. Make sure our new friend here doesn't fry himself or me. 2 voices chimed in almost simultaneously, their tones distinct but cooperative. Understood, sir, Hermes said in his crisp, efficient tone. I will monitor energy distribution and ensure stability within the arc reactor. Got it, boss? Elena added, her voice warm and slightly playful. I'll keep an eye on Legion's neural activity and make sure the nanites don't go rogue. Let's hope your new toy plays nice. Tony smirked, his fingers flying over the controls as he finalized the configuration. Don't jinx it, Elena. Alright, step 1. Activate the energy feed. Hermes reported instantly. Energy feed initiated. Vibranium core output is stable at 20.2 gigajoules per second. The nanite containment field is holding. Tony glanced at the containment screen. Trillions of nanites were dormant, their silvery forms suspended in a state of perfect stillness, awaiting activation. He took a deep breath, the magnitude of what he was about to do hitting him for a moment. Step 2. Connect Legion to the nanite interface, Tony said, his voice steady. He tapped a final command, and the holographic display of Legion AI expanded, its neural pathways lighting up as the connection was established. Connection established, Elena confirmed. Legion is online and actively interfacing with the nanite control grid. Tony's gaze flicked to the diagnostic display. So far, so good. All right, Legion, let's see what you've got. Begin synchronization with the nanites. Slow ramp up to full control. Let's keep this gentle. The AI's voice was calm and deliberate, its tone reflecting the sophistication Tony had poured into its design. Acknowledged. Synchronizing with the nanite swarm. Progress. 1% and climbing. As the process began, he monitored the data streams with laser focus. The nanites started to shift within their container, moving in synchronized patterns that reflected Legion's growing influence. Each movement was deliberate, almost hypnotic, as if the tiny machines were a living organism responding to a higher will. Hermes reported, energy consumption has increased by 15%, but the arc reactor is compensating without issue. Power levels remain stable. Neural activity within Legion is stable as well, Elena added. No signs of overload or instability. Tony nodded, his confidence building. Good. Keep an eye on the energy draw. If it spikes past 30%, we pull the plug. Let's push to 50% synchronization. The nanites moved faster now, forming intricate shapes and patterns within the containment field. Tony couldn't help but marvel at their precision. They were more than machines. They were an extension of his genius, a tool that could change the world, and a tool to remove the infinity gem from his head and save himself. Synchronization at 50%, Legion reported. Nanite control grid is fully operational. No anomalies detected. Tony exhaled, relief washing over him. All right, let's kick it up a notch. Full synchronization. Let's see if you can handle the whole swarm. The room grew tense as the process accelerated. The nanites flowed like liquid mercury, shifting and reforming in mesmerizing patterns. The arc reactor glowed brighter, its vibranium core effortlessly powering the massive swarm. Synchronization at 80%, Legion announced. Neural load is increasing but within acceptable parameters. Energy consumption is holding steady, Hermes reported. No spikes detected. Tony's heart raced as the progress bar inched closer to completion. Come on, Legion. Show me what you're made of. Synchronization at 100%, Legion finally said. The nanite swarm is fully integrated and under my control. All systems are stable. Tony let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. He glanced at the data readouts, every indicator glowing green. Well, I'll be damned. You did it, Legion. Hermes, Elena, give me a full diagnostic report. Diagnostics complete, Hermes replied. Nanite control grid, arc reactor, and AI systems are operating at peak efficiency. No anomalies detected. Everything's smooth on my end too, Elena added. Boss, I think you've got yourself a winner. Tony grinned, leaning back in his chair. Damn right I do. All right, Legion, stand by for further commands. Hermes, Elena, great work. You've earned a virtual pat on the back. The AIs responded with their customary efficiency, but Tony was already lost in thought. He stared at the shimmering nanites, imagining the possibilities. Medical breakthroughs, environmental restoration, even space exploration. This was more than just a project. It was a revolution. But for now, he had one thing on his mind: what to test next. Smirking to himself, he muttered, "Let's see just how far we can push the boundaries. I need to start live subject tests. Using rats or other small animals isn't an option. I need human test subjects. Goons and terrorists would do just fine. Time to create a suit." Lab. Tony stood at his workstation, a large holographic display surrounding him. He had dozens of designs pulled up, each floating in the air like a constellation of creativity and engineering. These weren't just rough sketches. They were ideas he had seen in his past life as Jack. Designs inspired by comics, movies, fan art, and even his own imagination. "All right, boys and girls," Tony muttered to himself, cracking his knuckles. "Time to break some rules and make some history." With a swipe of his hand, he dismissed the traditional red and gold designs hovering in front of him. "I want something new, different." He pulled up a blank canvas and began sketching in 3 dimensions. His movements were precise, his focus unshakable. The suit would be entirely black, a sleek and seamless design that oozed sophistication and menace. The material? Nanites, of course. He reprogrammed the bio-nanites to adapt, self-repair, and morph into various forms depending on the situation. With Legion AI in control, they were perfectly stable. The chest piece came first. Tony made the arc reactor the centerpiece, embedding it deep within the suit's design, protected by an extra layer of plating and shield. It wasn't just a power source, it was the control hub for the nanites. The black plating around it had a subtle matte finish, broken only by thin, glowing veins that radiated outward like spiderwebs. These veins would serve as conduits for energy, channeling power to different parts of the suit. Next came the helmet. He opted for a streamlined, minimalist design with no visible seams. The faceplate would feature glowing blue slits for eyes. He then added the HUD system that would provide him with real-time data, enhanced vision modes, and even neural uplinks for faster processing. "Now, weapons," Tony said, leaning forward as he activated a new section of the display. "Let's get creative." He allocated the last remaining vibranium to the suit's offensive and defensive systems. From the comics and fan art in his memories, he pulled inspiration for energy-based weapons, melee tools, and even shields. Using the nanites, he designed an arsenal that could be summoned at will. Repulsor blasts. The palms and forearms housed powerful energy emitters capable of firing concentrated repulsor beams. Energy blades. The nanites could morph into sharp, glowing blades extending from the forearms or wrists. They were reinforced with vibranium for maximum durability. Kinetic shielding. A deployable vibranium-based energy shield could materialize in front of him, capable of absorbing and redistributing kinetic energy. Nanite swarm mode. A unique feature that allowed a portion of the nanites to detach from the suit, forming drones or small tools for reconnaissance and repair. Flight and mobility. The boots and backhouse thrusters are powered by the arc reactor. They were fully integrated into the suit, allowing for silent flight and unmatched agility. Laser beams. Limited usage beams capable of cutting through anything. Mini-missiles. Heat-seeking mini-missiles capable of destroying an entire town at 100% output. He also added a couple of extra touches for non-lethal takedowns. Tony stepped back from the holographic design, taking a moment to admire his work. The suit was sleek, efficient, and utterly terrifying. The black finish gave it an almost predatory look, while the subtle blue glow of the arc reactor and energy veins looked just awesome and scary. Next, he did a little customization to his arc reactor to house the nanites. He added an extra circular housing around it. It didn't take much time. "All right," he muttered. "Time to see if the real deal lives up to the hype." He activated the nanite swarm in the containment field. The tiny machines surged toward the arc reactor, flowing like liquid metal as they merged with the new housing. The reactor pulsed with energy, and the nanites began to compress and reshape. Within minutes, the process was complete. The arc reactor, now embedded with trillions of nanites, rested on a pedestal in the center of the room. Tony approached it, taking a deep breath. All the calculations, safety measures, and other protocols, everything was perfect according to him. He knew that it was going to work 100%. He could just visualize it. "Here goes nothing," he said as he touched the reactor, activating the suit-up protocol. The nanites responded instantly, flowing over his hand and up his arm. Within seconds, they had enveloped his entire body, forming the black suit he had designed. The process was seamless, almost organic. He felt no weight, no restriction. The helmet formed last as the HUD came online. Tony's vision was replaced by a high-resolution display, complete with diagnostic readouts, environmental scans, and tactical overlays. He moved his hands experimentally, watching as the energy veins glowed brighter with each motion. "Damn," he whispered, his voice amplified by the suit's built-in comms. "I look good." He activated the repulsors in his palms, feeling the little humming sound. With a flick of his wrist, a glowing blue blade extended from his forearm. He swung it experimentally, marveling at its precision. "I'm a freaking genius. It's like a dream come true." "Let's test the mobility," Tony said, activating the thrusters in his boots. He hovered a few feet off the ground, the suit responding effortlessly to his commands. He pushed harder, zipping around the lab in tight circles before landing smoothly. "Not bad," he said, smirking beneath the helmet. "Not bad at all." The suit deconstructed as easily as it had formed, the nanites retreating back into the arc reactor. Tony held the reactor in his hands, feeling the weight of his creation. Not just physically, but metaphorically. This was more than a suit. It was the culmination of everything he had worked for, a tool that could change the world. Or save his life. "All right, Legion," Tony said, placing the reactor back on its pedestal. "Suit's done. Now let's move on to Phase 2. Time to test the weapon system. Hermes, open up that empty room and set up some targets. Use the robots and drones we made this year. It's time to check how good they stand against this newbie." "Affirmative," the AI responded. The lab whirred to life as Hermes responded to Tony's request. Initiating training room assembly, the AI stated in its crisp, calm tone. Panels along the walls began to shift and rearrange, revealing hidden compartments housing advanced machinery. Mechanical arms extended, assembling what looked like a futuristic shooting range on one side and a simulated urban battlefield on the other. In the center, a spacious open area with holographic emitters and projectors formed, capable of creating various scenarios. Estimated time to completion: 30 minutes, Hermes added. Tony glanced at the display showing the progress. "Good. Gives me time to calibrate the energy systems," he said, walking over to his workstation. He activated the arc reactor, placing it into a custom testing cradle that synced it with the lab's mainframe. A holographic interface appeared, displaying real-time data on the nanites' functionality and energy distribution. "All right, let's make sure these little guys don't blow me to kingdom come," Tony muttered. He ran diagnostics on the suit's energy weapons, tweaking the power output for each system. Repulsor blasts. He adjusted the charge levels for different scenarios, from non-lethal bursts to full power beams capable of punching through reinforced steel. Energy blades. He configured the blades to alternate between vibranium reinforcement for durability and pure energy for cutting through materials at a molecular level. Kinetic shielding. Tony optimized the shield's energy absorption, ensuring it could redirect absorbed kinetic energy back into an offensive blast if needed. Mini-missiles. He added targeting subroutines for heat-seeking and proximity detonation, fine-tuning their explosive radius to prevent collateral damage in tight spaces. By the time the training room was ready, Tony had calibrated everything down to the nanosecond. "Hermes, status update on the room," he called out. "Training room assembly is complete. Target dummies and holographic scenarios are ready for testing." The AI responded. Tony smirked, picking up the arc reactor. "Perfect. Time to dance." He activated the suit. The nanites immediately responded and flowed over his body once more. The black suit formed flawlessly. He flexed his fingers. "All right, Hermes," he said, stepping into the training room. "Bring out the toys. Let's see what these weapons can really do." The room came to life. Panels in the walls slid open, and out came rows of mechanized dummies, some designed to simulate human-sized enemies while others were hulking, tank-like robots with reinforced armor. Targets of varying shapes and sizes popped up in the distance. A group of drones hovered in the air, their weapon systems primed. "Engage level 1, Tony commanded. The first wave began. 3 humanoid dummies rolled toward him on tracks, wielding batons and shields. Tony reacted instantly, raising his hands. The repulsors in his palms hummed to life, firing bright blue beams of energy that struck the first dummy square in the chest, shattering it into fragments. The second and third dummies closed in, but Tony activated the energy blades on his forearms. With a fluid motion, he slashed through them, the blades cutting cleanly through their reinforced materials. "Well, that's satisfying," he muttered, spinning the blades back into his forearms. "Let's turn it up. Hermes, level 2. Add ranged combatants," he said. The next wave introduced drones armed with lasers. They buzzed around the room, firing beams of light in rapid succession. Tony activated his thrusters, leaping into the air with a burst of speed. The drones adjusted their aim, but he was too fast, weaving through their attacks. He raised his arm, firing a mini-missile from his wrist. It locked onto a drone, trailing it for a moment before detonating with precision, sending the wreckage tumbling to the ground. 2 more drones approached from behind, but Tony activated his kinetic shield. A shimmering, vibranium-reinforced barrier materialized in front of him, absorbing their laser fire effortlessly. With a quick command, he redirected the absorbed energy, releasing it as a powerful shockwave that knocked both drones out of the air. "How's that for efficiency?" Tony quipped, landing gracefully on the floor. "Hermes level 3. Mix it up. Heavies and close quarters combat," he instructed, his confidence growing. The next wave was brutal. Large, armored robots rolled into the room, their movements heavy and deliberate. They were armed with shoulder-mounted cannons and heavy machine guns. Alongside them, humanoid dummies equipped with melee weapons charged forward. Tony's HUD lit up, analyzing the new threats. He engaged the nanite swarm mode, sending a portion of the suit to detach from his back. The swarm coalesced into several small drones that flew toward the melee dummies, bombarding them with concentrated laser fire. Meanwhile, he focused on the heavies. He darted forward, using his thrusters to zigzag past their gunfire. As one of the robots charged its cannon, Tony activated his vibranium energy blade, slicing cleanly through the barrel before it could fire. Sparks erupted as the weapon short-circuited. The second heavy wasn't as easily dispatched. It swung a massive arm at Tony, who barely dodged in time. He activated the kinetic shield, blocking the next blow. The force of the impact was immense, but the shield held strong. Tony countered by firing a concentrated repulsor blast directly into the robot's exposed joints, crippling its movement. A follow-up missile to its core finished the job. "Level 3 complete," Hermes announced. Tony landed amidst the debris, breathing steadily. "That all you got, Hermes?" "Initiating level 4. Maximum difficulty. All systems engaged." The room shifted again, walls retracting to reveal more advanced robots. They were humanoid machines with high agility and integrated weapon systems. Swarms of drones filled the air, and from the far wall, a massive bipedal mech emerged, its towering frame bristling with weaponry. Tony's smirk faltered slightly. "All right, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself," he muttered. Then, straightening, he raised his hands. "Let's dance." The battle was chaos. Drones swarmed him from all sides, their coordinated attacks forcing Tony to rely on every tool at his disposal. He alternated between energy blasts, blades, and missiles, each strike calculated and precise. The humanoid machines closed in, their movements faster and more unpredictable than the earlier waves. Tony's HUD tracked their positions, giving him split-second warnings. He parried their attacks with his blades, countering with devastating repulsor blasts that sent them flying. The mech loomed over the battlefield, its cannons unleashing a relentless barrage. Tony activated his thrusters, flying straight toward it. He dodged its fire with expert precision, weaving through the air like a missile. As he neared, the mech raised a massive arm to swat him away, but Tony anticipated the move. He veered to the side, deploying his nanite swarm. The tiny machines latched onto the mech's arm, disassembling its plating and exposing its internal wiring. "Time for the big finale," he said, aiming both palms at the mech's exposed core. He charged his repulsors to maximum power, firing twin beams that bored straight through its armor. The mech shuddered, its systems failing as it collapsed to the ground. The room fell silent, save for the hum of the arc reactor. Tony hovered above the wreckage, surveying the destruction. "Level 4 complete," Hermes announced, all systems functioning within optimal parameters. Tony deactivated the suit, letting the nanites retreat back into the arc reactor. He stood amidst the wreckage, grinning. "Hermes, log all data. I think we've got ourselves a winner." The lab was eerily silent again, save for the hum of the arc reactor sitting on its pedestal. Tony stood with his arms crossed, staring at the suit's final diagnostics on the holographic display. Everything had functioned perfectly during the tests, but he wasn't ready to take it out into the field just yet. "Never hurts to double-check," he muttered, rubbing his chin. His mind was already racing with ideas for further improvements. The neural link was solid, but he could refine the reaction times. The weapons, deadly, but there was always room for efficiency. His instinct told him not to rush. He needed more control, more precision. If he was going to do this, he had to do it right without a mistake. "All right, Hermes," Tony said, turning back to his workstation. "Let's optimize the neural link first." The AI responded immediately. "Understood, sir." Running additional simulations to refine response times. A new series of holograms popped up, showing real-time data on Tony's brain-to-suit reaction speed. The neural uplink already functioned at a near-instantaneous level, but he wanted instant, no lag, no delay, just thought and action. He tweaked the connection between his brain and the suit's Legion AI, streamlining the nanite processing to cut down response time by another 8 milliseconds. "Better," Tony murmured. "Not perfect, but better." Next, he focused on the weapons. Though they'd performed well during the test, he added a few tweaks. Repulsor variability, a modular charge system that could instantly shift between precision shots, area blasts, and EMP pulses. Cloaking mode. By redistributing nanites across the surface, the suit could temporarily bend light around it, rendering Tony nearly invisible. Enhanced drones. The nanite swarm could now create autonomous microdrones capable of reconnaissance, sabotage, or serving as decoys. Silent mode. Thrusters and internal mechanisms could operate at ultra-low noise levels for stealth missions. Next came the defense part. Tony double-checked and triple-checked everything and found tiny loopholes, which he fixed. He made countermeasures for any unexpected disruptions, like EMPs or cyber attacks, and put Elena in charge of the countermeasure part. With Legion in charge of the nanites, Hermes taking care of the main hub, and Elena in charge of defense countermeasures, nothing can hack or mess with his suit anymore. By the time he was satisfied, 3 days had passed in a blur of coding, engineering, and testing. Tony barely left the lab, running on coffee and sandwiches, and his usual stubborn refusal to sleep. Then, finally, it was time. He leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly. The suit was ready. "All right, Legion," he said, addressing the AI within the suit. "Everything checks out? Diagnostics confirm all systems are fully operational." Legion responded in its calm, synthesized voice. "Good. Hermes, search for current war zones or active terrorist organizations. Something messy." "Searching," Hermes replied. The room dimmed slightly as multiple holographic displays popped up, showcasing various conflict zones around the globe. Red markers indicated terrorist hotspots, and one caught Tony's eye. "Afghanistan," the AI said, zooming in on the map. "A region rife with insurgent activity. Recent intelligence reports detailed a terrorist organization that was dealing with illegal weapons and drugs. Some reports claimed that they were also dealing with illegal organ trade and child slaves. At the present, they had taken over a small town and were using it as a base of operations. Civilians were being held hostage. The local authorities were powerless, and the military had no interest in intervening. And it's only a matter of time before they kill the civilians, cut out their organs and sell them, and the kids will be forced to do things that will scar their minds and souls." Tony clenched his jaw. "These bastards!" He tapped the display, pulling up satellite footage of the base. 33 armed combatants were spread across a fortified compound. They had armored vehicles, heavy weapons, and security systems monitoring the area. "All right," Tony said, standing up. "Tonight will be their last night in the world." "Night!" Tony activated the suit. The nanites swarmed over him, forming the stealth black armor in an instant. He flexed his fingers, feeling the power humming beneath his skin. "Hermes, scramble all networks in a 50-mile radius around Malibu," Tony commanded. "I don't want anyone tracking this." "Scrambling now, sir," Hermes confirmed. "All systems temporarily disabled." With a pulse of energy, Tony shot into the night sky, his thrusters silent as he accelerated. He followed the map on his HUD. It was his first mission and a big one at that. Plus, flying this high in the sky versus flying inside the training room was totally different. He didn't feel fear, but rather the thrill of excitement. He flew high above the clouds. The stars gleamed overhead, and the moon cast a soft glow on the ocean. Tony glanced back once at his city. Then he turned forward and rocketed into the darkness. The flight lasted less than 2 hours. He slowed his speed and descended from the clouds, cloaking the suit with invisibility mode. He looked down at the town. Legion brought up the targets on his HUD, marking each individual target with a red outline in real time. They were scattered, patrolling the perimeter, guarding the buildings, and sitting in watchtowers. There were also some jammers around the area, but low-level tech like that was useless against Tony's suit. "Where are the hostages?" he asked. Legion immediately responded. "In the center of the town, sir. 70 civilians, all in a single building." "Copy that. Let's get started then. Time to take these assholes out." He deployed the microdrones from his back. The small, nearly invisible machines spread out, scanning the compound and relaying their data to him. 30 enemies marked. "Showtime," Tony whispered as he took the shots. In a single thought, the drones fired in perfect synchronization.
Tirti kill. Instant exécution.
Tony scanned the area. 3 targets remained. High-value individuals who were coordinating operations. He landed silently in the middle of the compound. The remaining 3 had no idea death was already breathing down their necks. Tony went into the room where they were sleeping. "Sweet dreams," he muttered. He lifted his hand, and in an instant, zapped all 3 with a high-voltage, non-lethal electric shock. Their bodies twitched before going completely limp. He activated the nanites, forming reinforced restraints around the unconscious terrorists. With the remaining threats neutralized, Tony turned his attention to the hostages. He activated the suit's thermal imaging, scanning the building where they were being held. 70 civilians, men, women, and children, huddled together in fear. The room was dimly lit, and from what he could tell, they were bound with zip ties, some of them gagged. He walked to the building and saw the locked door. He extended his hand as the nanites shifted, forming a plasma cutter that burned through the metal doors like a hot knife through butter. As the doors opened, he saw the terrified faces of the civilians staring at the door. He deactivated his cloaking mode, and his armor became visible. "Legion, cut their restraints," Tony ordered. The drones flew into the building, cutting their restraints. The hostages were surprised, well, more like scared, and just stayed there. Some of the older ones crawled before the kids. Even when they were afraid of the man in the armor, they still covered the young ones, thinking that the man in the armor would kill the kids. "Who are you?" one of the older men asked, and he was using his own body to shield his daughter, who was still scared but brave enough to look at the man in the armor. "Iron Man," the armored man responded, and after that there was silence. Everyone was looking at him like he was the craziest man they'd ever seen in their entire life. "What are you waiting for? Go on, get out of here before more of them arrive," Iron Man said. "There are trucks and cars, go." The civilians hesitated. They were looking at each other, not knowing if what they heard was really true or not. After a few seconds, one of them got up. It was a woman holding her child. She walked towards Iron Man, and after looking at the man in the armor with a face filled with gratitude and hope, she spoke to the man in the armor. "Thank you, Iron Man," she whispered as she passed him by, bowing her head slightly before going to where her husband was. After that, one by one, the rest of the hostages stood up. They followed the woman, expressing their thanks. The younger ones even tried to hug him, but the older ones stopped them. He didn't mind it, though. But for him, seeing that he saved these people made him feel warm and complete. He activated 2 drones and put them in charge of taking them out of the area. "I'm sending 2 drones with you. They'll lead you out of the area," Tony told the group. Soon, the civilians were gone. Tony made his way to the center of the compound, scanning the area. He found a computer room and entered. Legion accessed the networks, downloading files and hacking into their systems. The AI began its search, combing through the information and analyzing it. Tony frowned beneath his mask. There were names, locations, and transactions. Enough information to put these bastards behind bars. He copied all of it onto his suit's memory and then sent the data back to his private network. "Hermes, upload these files to S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony said. "Let them clean up this mess." "Acknowledged," Hermes responded. With that done, Tony tied up those terrorists together, put oxygen masks on them thanks to his bio-nanites, and flew back to the base with them dangling in the air. By the time he reached Malibu, Hermes had finished scrambling the security systems. No cameras, no radar, no satellites, nothing to detect his arrival. Tony landed smoothly, releasing the restrained terrorists in a secured holding cell beneath his lab. "Not bad for a test run," he mused, looking over his handiwork. The black suit deconstructed, retreating into the arc reactor, leaving Tony standing in his workshop. He stretched, letting out a tired sigh. One problem solved, 1,000,000 more to go. Tony paced the lab deep in thought. The restrained terrorists remained unconscious in the secure holding cells, unaware of what awaited them. It was time to take the next step. Human experiments. He wasn't doing this out of malice. He justified his actions as a step toward advancing humanity's medical frontiers and to save himself. "Legion, prepare the biolab. We're diving into uncharted territory," Tony said, his voice firm. "Lab prepared, sir," Legion responded. "Chemical and biological containment systems are operational." Tony descended into the lower levels of his lab. Rows of containment units and medical equipment gleamed under the stark white lights. Samples of diseases, some of the most virulent and deadly pathogens known to man, were secured in reinforced cryogenic storage. Well, he stole them from a facility using his drones. "These bastards dealt in death," he muttered, looking at the terrorists through the observation window. "It's only fitting they contribute to life." He pulled up the medical history and vital signs of his 3 test subjects. 2 of them had strong constitutions ideal for experimentation. The third, a scrawnier man, would be kept untouched, serving as a control for comparison. "Let's begin," Tony said, putting on a protective suit. He picked up a vial containing a modified strain of the Ebola virus. The bio-nanites were designed to serve as a revolutionary cure, capable of identifying and neutralizing pathogens at a cellular level. But this was untested on humans. For this, he needed results. Day 1, the first injection. Tony approached Subject 1, a burly man who had likely spent his life building a tolerance to harsh conditions. The man stirred as he injected a cocktail of nanites and the modified Ebola strain into his bloodstream. Almost immediately, Tony observed the effects on his HUD. The virus began replicating rapidly, attacking cells in its usual aggressive manner. But the nanites responded in kind, targeting infected cells with precision. Legion, monitor all vitals. I want detailed logs on cellular activity, Tony instructed. Vitals stable for now, sir, Legion reported. Nanites are suppressing the infection. The subject groaned, his body convulsing as the virus and nanites waged war within him. Tony watched with clinical detachment, recording every detail. Day 3, enhanced strains. Subject 2 was next. Tony decided to push the experiment further by introducing a cocktail of diseases: tuberculosis, smallpox, and a synthetic strain of influenza, alongside the nanites. He wanted to see if the nanites could handle multiple infections simultaneously. Arg! Erg! Stop it! You monster! My body is... Arg! Burning. The subject screamed as his immune system was overwhelmed. The nanites worked tirelessly, neutralizing pathogens one by one. Tony adjusted the nanite programming mid-experiment, enhancing their efficiency. He didn't care about that bastard's screams. The response time is improving, he noted. Legion increased the neural feedback loop to the nanites. Let's see if we can achieve faster adaptive responses. Feedback loop adjusted. Legion confirmed. Subject 2's vitals fluctuated wildly, but after hours of observation, they stabilized. The nanites had contained all the infections. Day 5, complications and discoveries. By now, Tony was starting to see the limitations of his creation. Subject 1 exhibited signs of organ stress, likely due to the prolonged battle between the nanites and the virus. Subject 2 developed a resistance to the nanites, with some pathogens mutating faster than the nanites could adapt. This is the problem with biology, he muttered, pacing the lab. It's chaotic, unpredictable, but there has to be a way. He decided to alter the nanites' programming again, giving them the ability to rewrite genetic code. If the pathogens adapted, so would the nanites, but faster, with more precision. He even noticed how fast he was able to reprogram the nanites thanks to the boost from the Infinity Stone in his head. To test this, Tony injected Subject 1 with another pathogen, an aggressive strain of HIV. The nanites successfully identified and neutralized the virus, but the subject's body couldn't handle the stress. Organ failure set in. Tony sighed as the man flatlined. Noted, he said grimly. The human body has limits. He threw the dead guy into the incinerator. Day 7, unexpected success. Subject 2, however, showed remarkable resilience. The nanites adapted to the cocktail of diseases and began strengthening the subject's immune system. Tony observed that the man's vitals not only stabilized but improved beyond baseline levels. Fascinating, Tony said, leaning closer to the monitors. Legion, is the immune system now operating independently of the nanites? Confirmed, sir, Legion replied. The nanites have reprogrammed immune cells to respond with heightened efficiency. Subject 2 regained consciousness, his eyes wide with panic. Tony observed him silently, debating whether to reveal the truth. What did you do to me? The man rasped, his voice trembling. Tony crossed his arms. I made you better. Consider this your contribution to humanity. When my research is complete, people won't have to fear disease anymore. A cure, if you will, for the fragility of the human condition. You should be grateful that you are going to die for the betterment of your species, you son of a bitch. As the week drew to a close, Tony turned his attention to the third terrorist. This one hadn't been touched by the experiments yet. He was healthy and scared. "What's your plan for me?" the man asked, his voice shaky. "I'm gonna put a tumor in your head and then operate. You see, I got this little tumor in my head, which can't be removed. No doctor or technology exists at present that can help me. And I thought to myself, if it doesn't exist, then I simply have to find a method or develop something to do the impossible. Maybe you would volunteer and become one of my experiments," Tony explained sarcastically. "The world thanks you. What are you saying?" The third man started shouting. "You crazy bastard. You insane freak. Let me go. Ah," says the one who killed countless innocents. Tony was tired of the endless babbling and felt annoyed. Drug dealings, human trafficking, organ trafficking, weapon smuggling, assassinations, money laundering. For one reason or another. You also sent attacks against important infrastructures such as schools, factories, and hospitals to undermine and destabilize whole economies just to sell or extort. So, yeah, I'm gonna be that crazy, insane freak who will cut you open for the sake of progress." He casually began drawing up plans and setting his machines to work. "I don't believe you. E. Me neither." Tony didn't look at the third guy and was distracted by the massive amount of information he was reading, drawing, and writing down. But here we are, unfortunately. Do you think the third world or fourth world countries are getting aid, vaccines, or medical care? And yes, they exist, and it's horrible, he exclaimed. For years, I was content that my father had supported the technological side, but did nothing to solve world hunger, poverty, and lack of infrastructure. His resources could have helped many more people than were benefited. But politics and bastards like you stopping him at every step. Tony muttered darkly while drawing schematics. But not me. When I'm done here, no one will be able to stop the progress. F politicians, F governments, F corrupted bastards like you. I will remove anyone who stands in the way of humanity's evolution. Day 20. Progress amid chaos. Holograms floated around Tony, depicting complex molecular structures, genetic sequences, and real-time results of the experiments. Thanks to Subject 2's resilience, Tony had achieved a breakthrough. The nanites had evolved beyond just fighting diseases. They had created a blueprint for human augmentation, a roadmap to a new phase of humanity. Legion, Tony said, studying the data from Subject 2. Cross-reference these immune responses with known pathogens. Identify the patterns that allow the immune system to operate autonomously after nanite intervention. Processing, sir, Legion replied. A moment later, the AI provided its findings. The nanites have successfully rewired T cells and B cells to operate with heightened adaptability and response times. Additionally, they've integrated synthetic pathways to produce antiviral compounds and enhanced cytokine production. He smirked. They're making their own cures now. Fascinating. With this data, Tony synthesized a formula, Aegis serum. This serum, derived from the nanite-influenced immune cells of Subject 2, was designed to enhance the human body's natural healing capabilities. It could cure chronic illnesses, repair damaged organs, and eliminate diseases at a cellular level. In theory, with a little tweak, it could even reverse aging. This is it, Tony muttered. The next step, not just curing diseases, but rebuilding humanity at its core. Damn, I'm a genius. Ha 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 ha. Only 20 days and this is the result. Time to take the next step. Let's push the limit to the next level. Shall we? Ring. Ring. A sudden call took his attention away. He took out his phone. It was from Natasha. Tony frowned. He barely gave out this number. He checked the caller ID. Natasha. He sighed, answering the call after walking out of the lab. Hey, he said, keeping his voice neutral. Tony. Natasha's voice carried concern. You alive over there? He smirked. Last I checked. Well, you haven't called, texted, or dropped by. It's been almost 3 weeks. I was worried. You were good, right? She asked, concerned. Tony knew that Natasha was just curious and faking it all, but still found it amusing that she still acted the same. It was nice to talk to someone and have a normal conversation for a change. You know me, always busy working on new things and tinkering with my stuff. Makes sense. What have you been up to? Found something interesting? Natasha asked. Nope, nothing interesting. He lied, trying to avoid the topic. And it's nice to see someone worried about me. Thanks, Nat. I'll swing by at lunchtime tomorrow. Okay? Sure, sounds like a plan. Anything special you want to eat? Boss, she teased. He laughed.
No.
Just make me something spicy. She snickered. Okay, I'll do that. Have a great night, Tony. Night, Natasha, he said, hanging up. Arg. Tony grabbed his head as he stumbled back. He somehow managed to balance himself and sat down on the floor. The pain this time was more intense than the last one. Ah! He groaned, feeling like his head was splitting open. His vision blurred. He reached for the pill bottle in his pocket and took out the pills, but before he could reach his mouth, a sharp jolt of pain hit him like a freight train. He clenched his teeth, dropping the pills to the ground as his body tensed. He felt his consciousness slipping away and struggled to stay awake.
No.
No, not now. He tried to think of anything to stay awake. Boss, do you need help? Hermie's voice came like a distant whisper. Tony didn't respond. His mind was too focused on the pain. The pain. The agony. Fuck. He grunted through clenched teeth. His body trembled uncontrollably as he tried to force his way through the pain. After what seemed like an eternity, his eyes closed and everything went dark. In the darkness, Tony found himself standing alone on a watery surface. He looked around in confusion. There was nothing around him but a vast sea of water. He took a couple of steps forward, splashing the water with his feet. Where the hell am I? He asked aloud. Hello. A child's voice came from behind. Startled, Tony quickly turned around and saw a young boy standing before him. He was dressed in simple brown pants, a white shirt, and a brown vest. His hair was messy, but he had a warm smile on his face. Who are you? Tony asked warily. You are one interesting individual, aren't you? The boy replied with a chuckle. I mean, you know who I am, yet you're still asking questions. Tony frowned. What are you talking about? Do you really not know who I am? Are you really that ignorant? The boy questioned. Well, it doesn't matter. I guess you'll find out eventually. Tony furrowed his brows in confusion. He had an idea of who the boy was. Couldn't be, but... Are you? Yep, that's right, Tony. The boy nodded. I'm the one, the infinity gem, the incurable tumor, and whatever else you call me. Since you know everything, why don't you tell me the way to remove you from my head? Tony asked. Know everything about you? Well, that's how it was supposed to happen, and you weren't supposed to know about my existence. Yet, for some reason, your actions so far told me that you already know the future. You have 2 memories for some reason. I tried to look into that other part, but a higher power stopped me from doing so, the boy explained. So, I won't probe into that matter. I ask again. Tell me the way to remove you, Tony said. Do you want to remove me? The boy questioned back. Why do you want to get rid of me? Right now, you are the most intelligent human alive on this planet, and soon enough, you will be able to surpass every other living being in the universe or even the multiverse. I can also give you power over technology. So, why do you want to get rid of me? What could be scarier than having an infinity gem of all the things inside one's head? And as you said, I already know about you, so I know the risks. The pain is almost unbearable. I am losing my sanity and emotions. And if someone discovers that it's in my head, they won't stop until they have it, Tony answered. Good point. Pain and losing your emotions and sanity. I agree, the boy said with a grim expression. He flicked his fingers, and the dark world around them changed. Around them played the scene of what happened for the last 20 days. The inhumane experiments Tony performed on those terrorists and his breakthrough with Aegis Serum. A lot of things happened, huh? The boy said as he watched the memories. Tony touched the side of his head. He doesn't remember everything that he did in his lab, only snippets and the result of success. A thought came to his mind. What am I doing? What have I done? Am I becoming the very things I despise? Ah, you finally realized, huh? The boy sighed. Well, you're not completely wrong. I mean, you've killed people and experimented on them. And yes, it's a horrible thing to do, but the results are good. Besides, they are bad guys, right? So what if you mutilated them, experimented on them, or even killed them? They did far worse things than that. It's only fair. They pay for their sins, right? The end result is all that matters, right? The more important question is, what are you going to do now? I shouldn't have killed Reed without knowing if he's the bad guy or not. I could have changed Victor's fate. I could have at least tried, yet I messed up his life. That serum, I could have created that without human experiments. I know I could have. Tony exclaimed in frustration. I just wanted an excuse. An excuse to test my medical knowledge on humans. The superintelligence. It's messing up my ability to make rational decisions. I should have taken steps to control myself, yet I didn't. Well, at least you still have some control over your mind to see where you went wrong and what you should do in the future, the boy said. Don't become the monster you despise. There's still time. You can control my power. All you have to do is focus and hold your urges to abuse that power. You can achieve everything, but you have to keep your sanity, or else you will fall into a deep pit like Reed would have fallen. Tony frowned as he listened to the boy's words. Wait, Reed, so that's the reason you manifested in the first place, right? Correct. We are the existence in charge of maintaining the balance of this reality and universe. Whenever a threat, capable of breaking the balance, arises, we manifest in various forms to counter that threat. However, Reed is dead. This reality's future has shifted drastically. Even we gems cannot predict the upcoming threats anymore. Thus, manifesting like before is not possible anymore. And that, my host, you should be afraid of an unknown future where anything could happen. Your actions from here on out will determine the outcome of the future. Tony thought for a moment before responding. So, an uncertain future? Ha! I guess it's better than living my life based on someone else's decisions. And stop trying to shift the conversation. If you cannot tell me the process to remove you from my head, you can at least give me something to stop the pain and fix my messed up sanity. I am a part of you. Without me, you won't survive, just like how you can't survive without air, a heart, lungs, a brain, or any other important body part. But I can understand your pain. As days go by, my power increases, and your mortal body cannot withstand my vast energy. You need to evolve. You already know how, but still, I'll give you a clue: cosmic rays, the boy explained. Evolve your body so that my power can completely fuse with you. Then, the pain in this voice will be gone, and your emotions, sanity, everything will be fixed. Cosmic rays. Tony thought about it for a while and nodded. I see. That makes sense. So, I want to ask you one final question. Are you real? A manifestation of the gem? Or just a hallucination in my head? Ah. What if I said that I was neither a hallucination nor a real entity? What if I said that you are imagining me all by yourself and you are talking to yourself? Ah. I guess only you can answer that question, my host. Farewell. We'll talk again. The boy laughed, his voice echoing around. The watery ground beneath Tony shifted, and he fell down into the dark abyss. The next moment, he regained consciousness. Boss, are you okay? Hermes asked. Tony felt the pain disappear, and his body felt energetic. It was like he had a good night's sleep. His mind was clear. He looked at his phone and realized that not even 10 seconds had passed. But it doesn't matter now. He knows what he has to do. I'm fine. Get me a coffee, Tony replied. He got up from the floor and picked up the pills. After putting them into his pocket, he looked back at the two alive terrorists. What the heck should I do with them? 1 hour later, Tony took some time to rearrange his thoughts after locking up the Aegis serum. He looked at the two surviving terrorists through the observation window. They were unconscious, breathing steadily under the influence of a mild sedative he had injected moments ago. The serum had worked and his experiments had given him groundbreaking data, but now it was time to change tactics. No more human experiments, he muttered to himself. He had gotten what he needed, and any more would push him further down a path he wasn't willing to walk. Instead, these two would serve a different purpose. He then went inside and injected them with a tiny amount of regular nanites. They will work as both trackers and explosives. Hermes, confirm nanite tracking integrity, Tony ordered. Tracking signals are stable, boss. The nanites are circulating within their bloodstream as expected. They'll remain undetectable unless someone performs an advanced bioscan, Hermes replied. Good. I want real-time tracking on them when I release them tonight. If they lead me to another hideout, I want every detail mapped. Understood, Hermes acknowledged. Tony ran a hand through his hair. He had extracted as much data as possible from their devices, but there were always hidden networks, unknown locations, and off-the-record safe houses that weren't documented. By letting these two run free, he'd turn them into beacons leading him straight to the rest of their organization. Besides, they have seen his face, so letting them live wasn't an option. A plan was forming in his mind. He'd create a situation real enough for them to believe they had a chance to escape, and wanted terrorists like them wouldn't go to the cops but instead straight to their hideout. The moment they tried to regroup, he'd have their entire network on his radar. Who knows, maybe he will find some resources or bombs in their hideout. But that was for later. Right now, he has a lunch to attend. Tony changed into a casual white shirt and blue jeans. He slipped on his signature sunglasses and smirked at his reflection. No one would suspect that just hours ago, he was in his lab playing God with human biology. All right, Hermes, put up the usual security protocol. I'll be back after lunch, he said as he placed the arc reactor on his chest under his shirt. Then he locked the main door and walked out of the facility. His mind momentarily drifted to Natasha. He couldn't wait to see what kind of trick she plans on playing at lunch today. The real game was how long she could keep up the act before realizing he was playing her just as much as she was playing him. Tony stretched his arms and began to walk down the road. Tony strolled through the city streets, feeling the midday sun warm his skin. Ah, fresh air, warm sun. I missed this, he thought to himself. After his little experiment, it felt nice to feel alive and well again. He took a deep breath and smiled, enjoying the fresh air. The restaurant, Ember and Ash, stood at the corner of a busy avenue. A sleek, high-end establishment with a modern industrial design, warm lighting, and an ambience that screams money well spent. Of course, it did. He owned the damn place. Stepping inside, Tony was immediately met with the inviting aroma of spices, grilled meat, and freshly baked bread. The restaurant was moderately busy, but not packed. Natasha sat at a corner table near the window, wearing a fitted black top and high-waisted jeans. Casual but calculated. She sipped on a glass of orange juice, watching him with those ever-knowing green eyes. Well, look who decided to rejoin the land of the living, she teased. I was starting to think I'd have to put out a missing persons report. Tony smirked as he slid into the seat across from her. I'd like to see the report. Genius billionaire mysteriously disappears, with suspected foul play by jealous ex-girlfriends or corporate rivals. Would make for a great headline. Or, she countered, setting down her glass. Tony Stark ghosts a beautiful woman for 20 days. What is he hiding? Tony chuckled. Oh, come on, Nat. You? Beautiful? I don't see it. She arched an eyebrow, leaning in just enough to close the space between them. You sure? You've been staring since you walked in. He tilted his head, playing along. That's because I was wondering how many people you've poisoned since I last saw you. She laughed, shaking her head. Not many, but I do have something extra special for you today. She gestured to the waiter, who promptly brought over a dish. The scent hit Tony instantly. Spicy, aromatic, laced with just enough heat to make his mouth water. Let me guess, Tony mused, picking up his fork. You asked the chef to turn up the spice level to max just to see if I'd sweat. Natasha smirked. Consider it payback for ghosting me. Tony took a bite. The heat was immediate, but nothing he couldn't handle. He chewed thoughtfully, nodding. Not bad, but you're gonna have to try harder than this if you want to make me break a sweat. Oh, I have other ways, she said smoothly, resting her chin on her hand. He raised an eyebrow. Flirting, Romanoff? That's not very subtle. Who said I was flirting? She shot back, taking another sip of her orange juice. Maybe I'm just observing. You've been off the grid for nearly 3 weeks, and now you show up looking way too well rested for someone who's been working. Tony smirked but didn't take the bait. Oh, you know me. Sleep is for the weak, and I'm just that good at what I do. Uh-huh, she murmured, eyes narrowing slightly. So what have you been working on, boss? There it was. The shift. Tony leaned back, spinning his fork between his fingers. You mean, what top secret, world-altering project have I been obsessively locked away with? To the point that I forgot to return calls and texts and check in with my totally not suspicious restaurant manager? Something like that. Natasha held his gaze unreadable. Tony smiled lazily. Nothing special. Just tinkering with some medical research. Trying to make the world a better place. Very heroic of me. Medical research? She quirked an eyebrow. Okay. As much as I'd like to know, I guess this is one of those if I tell you, I'll have to kill you situations. Am I close enough? Maybe. He leaned forward and looked into her eyes. Depends on what you are gonna do after knowing the secret. Me? She smiled coyly. I don't know. Maybe sell it out for some quick money and run away from here and live a rich life with no worries or responsibilities. Ouch! How could you do that to your poor, innocent boss? He pressed a palm to his chest in mock hurt. Innocent? Yeah, right. And you are too old to play that card. She chuckled. Tony gasped dramatically. Old? I'm wounded. You've struck me straight through the heart. Nat. She rolled her eyes but couldn't help smiling. Stop being so dramatic. It's not a good look on you. Ah. He waggled a finger at her. You don't know me well enough to say that. For all you know, I could be a secret drama nerd. I could have a whole collection of Broadway playbills hidden under my bed. Natasha laughed. You, a secret theater nerd? I find that hard to believe. Why? Because I'm rich, handsome, and brilliant? Can't I also have a passion for the arts? He asked innocently. She leaned in closer, lowering her voice to a playful whisper. Maybe, but I think your real passion lies in something else. Really? He mirrored her movement, his own voice dropping. What do you think it is? Her eyes dropped to his lips, and he felt a slight tremor go through him. He swallowed, leaning in further to meet her. He could feel her breath ghosting against his skin, and it took all his self-control to stay still. Her gaze flicked back up to meet his, and he saw a hint of amusement in her green irises. Well, I'm guessing you're a very busy man, Mr. Stark. You've got a company to run, research to do, inventions to create. I doubt you have time to sit around and watch musicals every night. He raised an eyebrow. So you're saying my passion is work? That's boring. Everyone loves working, but not everyone loves their jobs. Do you love your job, Nat? Yes, I do. She smirked. Because I love the perks that come with it. Perks? He frowned, acting confused. Like, free food and drinks? Among other things. She glanced at his lips again before pulling back. Other things? He leaned a bit closer, smirking. Care to elaborate? What the hell is this going on? I keep getting pulled into his pace. But for some reason, I don't hate it. Damn it. What's this feeling? She also leaned in closer. Sorry, boss. That's classified information. Oh, so we're doing the spy game now? All right, I can play this game, he challenged. Good. I hope you are ready to lose because I'm very good at this game. We'll see about that. He was practically whispering now, his voice low and husky. She tilted her head slightly, studying him with an intensity that made his pulse quicken. Her gaze flickered down to his mouth, then back up to meet his eyes, and he felt his breath catch in his throat. The air between them seemed charged, electric, and he could feel the heat radiating off her skin. "Tell me, boss." Her voice was barely above a whisper. "Are you ready to play?" Her lips were so close. He could almost smell her cherry lipstick. Her red lips curved into a devilish smile as she watched him try to resist the urge to kiss her. It was infuriating, and it was addictive. I should be the one playing her, not the other way around, he thought. Damn it, she is good. It's a dangerous game, Nat. Once you get in, the way out is very difficult. Maybe impossible, he whispered, his lips barely brushing hers as he spoke. He pulled back at the last moment and stood up. And I'd hate to see you get hurt. So, maybe you should back out now while you still can. Or if you want to play, we can play somewhere nice and quiet. Your apartment. Wednesday. Damn it. Wait, was I angry because he didn't kiss me? And now he wants to come to my apartment. Well, this will make things easier, she thought. Wednesday evening. Natasha smirked. Don't be late. I'll be there, Tony grinned. Well, time to go. See you in 2 days. The red and blue lighting in the underground facility flickered sporadically, casting eerie shadows across the cold, sterile walls. The faint hum of machinery filled the air, punctuated by the occasional spark from an exposed wire. Tony had spent the last hour setting up a controlled malfunction, an illusion of a security failure so convincing that even the most paranoid escapee wouldn't question it. Sitting in the back of a sleek black SUV parked just outside the facility, Tony watched through the live feed displayed on his wrist interface. The 2 surviving terrorists were still unconscious in their containment cells, strapped to their chairs, unaware of what was about to happen. Hermes, begin Phase 1, Tony ordered. Initiating system failure simulation, Hermes replied smoothly. Inside, the lights flickered again, this time more aggressively. A low alarm sounded, followed by a distorted robotic voice from the PA system. Warning, security systems are compromised. Manual override detected. Tony smirked. That should do it. He had carefully calibrated the warning so that it sounded just vague enough to be plausible, but not alarming enough to raise suspicion. Next, the restraints on the 2 men were unlatched with an audible click. The metal cuffs sprang open, freeing their bruised wrists. At the same time, the heavy steel door to their holding cell let out a mechanical groan and slid open by a few inches, just enough to make it look like a forced override. One of the men, still groggy from the sedatives, blinked in confusion and looked around. His companion, a wiry man with a scar along his jaw, reacted faster. Shit! Are we free? He muttered, rubbing his wrists. His voice was hoarse from dehydration and stress. The second man, still disoriented, stumbled forward. The restraints... The door... Something's wrong. Not something, Scar muttered. Someone. Maybe the system's fried. Maybe someone hacked it. Either way, I'm not staying to find out. Tony watched as they hesitated for a split second, their minds torn between caution and the overwhelming desire to escape. Then, as expected, survival instincts kicked in. In their mind, it was better to take this chance and run rather than wait for their demise. So they ran. Phase 2. As they stepped into the corridor, Tony activated the next part of his plan. He deployed the old, glitchy security bots. They were relics from one of his past projects, outdated and barely functional, but tonight, they served a purpose. One of the bots, a humanoid drone with visible rust on its joints, stumbled forward erratically. Its single glowing red eye flickered as it moved, making a static noise before spitting out a garbled warning. Error. System. Override. Threat detected. Convulsed, sparks flying from its frame. Then, without warning, it collapsed into a heap of useless metal. The terrorists didn't stop to question it. Instead, they sprinted past the malfunctioning robot, completely buying into the narrative Tony had crafted. The plan was working. They took the elevator to the main floor. Those 2 were so desperate that they didn't even think how the heck was the elevator working when everything was glitched up. Or why was there a single button on a panel with the main floor written on it? Boss, they're approaching the exit, Hermes said. Tony leaned back, folding his arms. Perfect. Let's see where they run. The final piece of his plan fell into place as the two men stumbled outside, gasping for air. After being locked up and experimented on, their only thought was escape. They didn't bother to check their surroundings, nor did they stop to consider if they were walking into a trap. The moment they saw the black SUV parked near the gate, their desperation took over. There, a car. Scar, the lucky third one, pointed. The other man didn't hesitate. He rushed to the driver's side and smashed the window with his elbow. Blood dripped from his elbow as he reached inside, unlocking the door. Within seconds, he was inside, hot wiring the ignition. Tony smirked in the back seat, perfectly hidden in stealth mode. His suit's advanced cloaking tech ensured he was completely undetectable, silent, invisible, just an observer in his own twisted game. The engine roared to life. Let's go. Scar barked, jumping into the passenger seat. The tires screeched as they sped off into the night. Tony exhaled slowly, watching as the city lights blurred past through the window. Now, take me to your friends. The stolen SUV sped down the darkened roads of Malibu. Scar, still rubbing his sore wrists, glanced at the onboard map, tapping the screen with a tense urgency. Thousand Oaks, he muttered. Take the canyon road. We'll lose anyone tailing us. The driver gritted his teeth, his hands still slick with blood from smashing the window. You sure about this? What if this is a setup? Scar shot him a glare. You'd rather stick around and find out? We need to regroup. That base is the only place off record. No chatter, no heat. We'll lay low and figure out who the hell just let us walk out of there. In the back seat, Tony remained invisible, his breathing steady, his pulse calm. He let the conversation play out, watching the desperation seep through their words. The fear, the uncertainty, they were walking right into his hands. Just drive, Scar snapped, double-checking the map. We'll take the back roads. Avoid traffic cams. Tony smirked. Smart, but not smart enough. His suit's built-in signal scrambler ensured that any surveillance tech they might have worried about had already been dealt with. As far as the world was concerned, this SUV didn't exist. The vehicle wound through the twisting canyon roads, the city lights shrinking in the rearview mirror. The air was thick with tension. Scar leaned forward, his fingers drumming against the dashboard. All right, he exhaled. Once we get there, we contact Vasquez. Why don't I know about this place? The driver asked. You are a newbie, aren't you? Scar said, scoffing. Anyway, we are in this together. So I'll tell you, we train sleepers in this facility. We brainwash them to work for us. They act normal, but they follow our commands. It's called the Hydra brainwashing method. One word is all it takes to activate them. You have heard of it, haven't you? The driver nodded. Yeah, just some rumors. Well, after the fall of the main force and the hunt by Mandarin, we are reduced to a shadow. But we won't give up. General Zola has a plan. Our men are already rebuilding the force. And Vasquez has been doing a good job of recruiting new members, Scar said, chuckling. You can't really see it, but we are a small force. And yet, we have managed to sneak under the radar of all these so-called shields. That's why they call us HYDRA. Cut off one head, two more shall take its place. Our numbers may be reduced, but we are far from defeated. These bastards, Tony thought in anger. They are like cockroaches. The driver was silent for a few moments. Then he spoke. You aren't gonna off me, are ya? Scar laughed. If I wanted to do that, I would have done it right there at the base. Just because you're a newbie doesn't mean we are that cruel. Vasquez will kill me if I kill you. That's a relief, the driver sighed. Well, I'll kill you all, Tony thought darkly. How many sleepers are there? The driver asked. Enough, Scar replied cryptically. Don't ask me the number. I don't even know myself. Tony listened to their conversation in silence, his mind already formulating the next part of his plan. Hydra sleepers. Things are going in a circle. If I were to take down Hydra, I'd need to find that freaking Zola AI, he thought as he watched the road. As the SUV made its way along the deserted back roads, 30 minutes later, Scar checked his watch, then nodded to himself. We're close. The driver tensed. What's the approach? Pull up to the checkpoint slowly. Let them see our faces before they put a bullet in our heads. Vasquez runs a tight operation. If we do this wrong, they'll assume we've been compromised. Tony smirked. If only you knew how right you were. The canyon widened, revealing a barely visible dirt road leading into a dense patch of trees. A single floodlight flickered in the distance. At a makeshift checkpoint, 2 armed guards, clad in black tactical gear, stood behind a steel barrier blocking the entrance. Scar rolled down the window as they approached. One of the guards stepped forward, rifle raised. Identify yourself. Scar didn't flinch. You recognize my face, don't you? The guard hesitated before lowering his weapon. Didn't think we'd see you again. Thought you were dead. Not yet. Now let us in. The second guard tapped an earpiece, bringing them through. The steel barrier groaned as it lifted. The driver exhaled sharply and rolled forward, the SUV creeping past the guards into the facility perimeter. Tony took a mental note of everything. The placement of guards, the defenses, the layout. This wasn't just some hideout. This was a real operation. Hydra was rebuilding from the inside out, and if Zola's AI was still pulling the strings, things could get ugly fast. The SUV rolled to a stop in front of a reinforced bunker entrance. More armed personnel stood on either side, their faces partially obscured by helmets. Scar and the driver stepped out cautiously, stretching their limbs after the long ride. The bunker door slid open with a hiss, and from the dimly lit corridor emerged a woman in a dark suit. Her presence was commanding. Sadistic eyes and expression, and a cold smirk that sent a chill down the spine. She took one look at Scar and shook her head. You look like shit. Scar stumbled back in fear, seeing the woman. He wasn't expecting to see her here. Madam Viper. Don't be so afraid. Your entire team got killed, and luckily you two survived. It'd be such a waste of intel if I were to kill you two right now. Oh no. First I'll take everything you know out of your skulls, and then I'll kill you, she said with a smile, chuckling creepily. As the Hydra agents roughly dragged the 2 surviving terrorists inside the bunker, another operative took the wheel of the stolen SUV, guiding it toward a makeshift garage adjacent to the facility. The heavy steel doors slid shut behind them with a deep metallic groan, sealing them off from the outside world. Tony remained motionless, a ghost in the back seat, watching through his suit's HUD as his cloaked drones silently detached from their compartments and hovered into action. One drone, equipped with high-resolution optics, tailed Madam Viper and the prisoners, its sensors recording every detail of the facility's interior. The other 2 split off, scanning the perimeter and discreetly mapping out the structure's layout. As they moved deeper into the facility, Tony's eyes narrowed at the tech on display. He had expected a heavily digitized setup, something he could easily infiltrate and manipulate. But what he saw instead made his stomach twist with irritation. Hydra had learned. The usual weak points, wireless networks, cloud-based surveillance, and remote-controlled defenses were nowhere to be found. Instead, the facility operated on a patchwork of analog and optical fiber-based systems. Everything critical was air-gapped, isolated from outside interference, making remote hacking impossible. Old-school mechanical locks replaced biometric scanners, and encrypted hardlines ran through the walls like veins, ensuring no digital signals could be intercepted. Tony clenched his jaw. Clever bastards, he muttered under his breath. Zola's AI had adapted. It must have analyzed past breaches, tracing them back to external hacks that compromised Hydra's entire network. Now, Hydra was using a hybrid defense system. It was an infuriating mix of old and new, designed specifically to counter someone like him. He needed another way in. Inside the bunker, the 2 prisoners were shoved into metal chairs, their wrists locked into thick steel cuffs bolted to the floor. Madame Viper sauntered in front of them, a cruel smirk playing on her lips. "Now," she purred. "Let's see if you're worth keeping alive." Tony watched through his drone's feed, carefully analyzing her movements. Viper was no fool. If she was here, that meant this location was important. It wasn't just some random hideout. It was a core piece of Hydra's resurgence, and she might know the location of Zola AI. So killing her wasn't an option. He needed her alive. He turned his focus to his other drones, studying the facility's blueprints as they pieced together a virtual layout. Multiple underground levels, thick reinforced walls, old-fashioned security checkpoints, and somewhere deep inside the mainframe. If he could get inside physically, he could still find a way to break through. But first, he needed an entry point. And more importantly, he needed to make sure Viper didn't suspect a thing. Tony smirked. Time to get creative. If I can't find a solution, I'll do it the old-school way. Kill them all and interrogate that bitch. Madame Viper tapped her gloved fingers against the hilt of the knife at her hip, watching the two prisoners with an amused smirk. "Now, tell me," she drawled, tilting her head. "Who killed your entire team?" Scar swallowed hard, his muscles tensing. The other man, still gripping his sore wrists, glanced around the room. They knew they were trapped. But before either of them could utter a single word, BZZZT, both men suddenly convulsed, their eyes rolling back as their bodies seized violently. A faint sizzling sound crackled through their skulls, and within seconds, their bodies slumped lifelessly in their chairs. A faint whiff of burnt tissue filled the air. Brain dead. Viper blinked, her smirk faltering. The guard stiffened, stepping forward in alarm. "The hell?" one of them muttered, nudging Scar's motionless body with his rifle. No response. Viper's eyes narrowed. Her instinct screamed that something was wrong. "Check their vitals," she ordered coldly. A guard pulled out a scanner, placing it against Scar's neck. The display blinked red. No brain activity. The same result came from the second prisoner. "They're dead," the guard confirmed, baffled. "Both of them, just like that." Viper exhaled through her nose, her lips pressing into a thin line. This wasn't a coincidence. Someone had just silenced them before she could extract any information. "They are here in this base, watching us." She looked around. "Initiate the agent number count," she snapped, "and double the security. There is a rat or rats among us. Capture them alive." As the Hydra agents scrambled to comply, Tony was already several steps ahead. Still cloaked in the garage, he watched the scene unfold through his drone's feed, allowing himself the slightest smirk. "Stupid bitch should have checked the car first. Well, that takes care of that. Now on to the next step." His other drones were already deep inside the facility, slipping undetected through ventilation shafts, bypassing locked doors and security checkpoints. The goal? The power mainframe. The facility was using a complex mix of analog and fiber optic systems, but even the most paranoid security setups had one common weakness: power distribution. If Tony could get to the mainframe, he could disrupt their infrastructure, create his own backdoor, and most importantly, cripple the entire operation if things went south. The drones whirred softly as they navigated the tight ducts, their microsensors mapping every inch of the facility. A cluster of heavily armed guards patrolled the main corridors, and several checkpoints had reinforced blast doors that wouldn't be easy to breach. But that didn't matter. Tony's drones were too small and invisible to be noticed. They slipped through vents, weaving through the labyrinth of air shafts until they reached a large, secured chamber. Bingo! The power mainframe was a reinforced room filled with thick industrial conduits, cooling units, and an array of analog switches lined along the walls. It was the control center for everything in this facility. But Tony frowned as he analyzed the setup. Damn, Hydra really had gone old school. There were no digital ports and no remote access nodes. Everything was controlled manually through a network of insulated relays and switches. Even the circuit breakers were locked behind mechanical barriers. Zola's AI had ensured that no external hacking could penetrate this fortress. But Tony Stark wasn't just any hacker. He smirked. "If I can't hack my way in, I'll just have to break it the old-fashioned way. His drones dispersed, scanning for vulnerabilities. They found them quickly. Coolant pipes running too close to key transformers, a pressure release valve that could be overloaded, and most importantly, an emergency failsafe system that, if triggered, would force a facility-wide lockdown. He could use this. He got out of the car and waited for the perfect opportunity. Tony exhaled slowly, flexing his fingers as he watched the facility's main gate slide open from his position in the garage. A trio of Hydra Patrol guards stepped through, rifles slung over their shoulders, murmuring among themselves about the sudden security increase. This was his chance. Tony activated his suit's silent propulsion system, slipping into the facility behind them. He was invisible. The guards continued down the hall, oblivious to the silent predator trailing behind them. Tony took in every detail. Overlapping patrol routes, security cameras mounted at blind angles, and thick reinforced doors blocking deeper access points. 50 agents. Maybe more. He smirked. Could have been a fair fight if I were feeling generous. But stealth was the name of the game tonight. As the patrol reached an intersection, they split off. Two turned left. The other kept walking toward an access panel to input his security credentials. Tony seized the moment. There were no cameras around that area. His arm blurred as he lashed out with a nanite-clad hand, clamping over the lone guard's mouth and pulling him into the shadows. A muffled grunt, a quick pulse of an electrified gauntlet, and the guard's body went limp. Tony caught him effortlessly, dragging him behind a stack of metal crates. He scanned the guard's uniform and his suit was reshaped into a perfect replica of the Hydra uniform. Moments later, he stepped out, fully disguised, helmet on, visor dark, and that guard's gun. It's like playing the Hitman game. Viper's lips curled downward. Of course, there aren't. If our intruder is competent, they wouldn't be foolish enough to replace an existing agent. They would be a ghost. Her grip tightened around the console as she turned to the officer. Shut down all external access points. Lock down the power grid. If we have a rat, they won't be leaving this base alive. Lower-level power mainframe. Tony smirked as he received the transmission from his drone. Exactly what I wanted. Hydra had just activated their own cage. His drones, using pinpoint plasma cutters, targeted the emergency failsafe system. BZZTCHK. The moment the failsafe was triggered, a loud warning announcement blared throughout the facility. Thick blast doors slammed shut across every section, sealing off corridors and locking personnel in their designated zones. Emergency red lights pulsed violently as automated security protocols engaged. The facility was in chaos. Thick steel blast doors had slammed shut, isolating squads of Hydra agents into separate sections. The emergency klaxons wailed, red lights pulsing along the narrow corridors. Some guards frantically checked their radios, barking for status reports, only to receive static. Others held their rifles tight, scanning the dimly lit hallways with growing paranoia. Tony walked among them, a phantom clad in stolen Hydra gear, visor down, rifle slung over his shoulder. He moved carefully, never rushing, never hesitating. Just another faceless soldier obeying the lockdown protocol. To think they built something like this out in the open. No one questioned him, and that would be their first mistake. Two Hydra guards stood by a security checkpoint, muttering under their breath. Their fingers rested near their triggers, nerves taut. The sudden lockdown had rattled them. Tony approached with measured steps, stopping just short of their line of sight. He examined the environment. A large industrial pipe ran along the ceiling, marked with faded yellow warning labels. High-pressure steam. A maintenance panel was bolted near the corner. He had an idea. His nanites shifted into a small multi-tool, and he unscrewed the bolts silently. 1, 2, 3. The last bolt came loose. He placed a small explosive. It would just make a pop sound, but it would be powerful enough to crack the unstable joint. Alrighty. The moment the panel shifted, the pipe groaned. Steam hissed from the growing crack, building pressure. Tony took a step back and waited and threw the bolts on the ground near the pipe. One of the guards noticed. "Hey, you hear that?" The taller one turned, brow furrowing. He nudged his partner. "Check it out." The second guard hesitated, then stepped forward. As soon as he reached the loose panel, Tony activated the explosive. Pop, hisses, whoosh. Superheated steam blasted from the fractured pipe, enveloping the guard's face in a scalding cloud. Arg! A garbled scream tore from his throat, skin blistering instantly. He fell to the floor, squirming like a worm. What the hell? His partner recoiled, eyes wide in horror. Tony was already moving. He walked behind the second guard and wrapped an arm around his throat, cutting off his scream. The man struggled, kicking wildly, but Tony's grip was ironclad. He held firm until the man's body went limp. He then walked to the first one. The guard was still twitching. His face melted beyond recognition, steam still hissing from his ruined skin. Well, he died after twitching for a bit. 2 down. Tony dragged the dead bodies to the room on his right and dumped them inside a big garbage drum. Then he went back and flicked the loose panel back into place, sealing the breach. No witnesses. No evidence. Further down the corridor, another Hydra operative patrolled alone, checking the secured doors. He had his rifle at the ready but was distracted, grumbling about the sudden lockdown. Tony stalked him from above. He moved across a maintenance walkway, silent as a shadow. Every step was calculated. The metal grates beneath him barely made any sound under his weight. He watched the guard's movements, analyzing his route. The timing had to be perfect. As the guard stopped beneath an overhead support beam, Tony activated his invisible mode and flew down behind the guard. Then he reached carefully and unclipped the man's holster. The guard stiffened. What the? Tony didn't let him finish. He punched the guard's throat to stop him from making noise. Then he grabbed the guard's throat and flew up. Tony hovered in the air. The man's boots scraped against the floor as he was lifted off his feet, hands clawing at Tony's arms, but all his nails scratched was the armor on his hand. Tony twisted. Crack. The neck snapped clean. Tony took the body and shoved it into a maintenance alcove. The shadows swallowed it whole. No alarms. No blood. Just another missing agent. Time to hunt my next target. 2 more guards were stationed in a narrow corridor, standing near an exposed electrical junction box. They were deep in conversation, oblivious. Tony crouched near the edge of the hallway, eyes scanning the area. The junction box was old, covered in layers of dust and rust, with thick cables snaking out of it. A quick scan with his HUD showed high voltage. Perfect. Tony unslung his rifle and took aim, not at the guards, but at the ceiling above them. A single suppressed shot rang out, striking a loose ventilation grate. Clang. The guards snapped their heads up. The hell was that? One stepped forward cautiously. The other reached for his radio. Tony made his move. He lunged from the shadows, grabbing the first guard and shoving him violently against the exposed junction box. His body seized as thousands of volts surged through him. His partner barely had time to react before Tony punched his throat, breaking his windpipe, and kicked his knee out, forcing him down. He grabbed the second guard's face and slammed it against the crackling wires. Sparks danced. The smell of burnt flesh filled the air. Wow! Roasted meat. Arg. Now burnt meat. Their bodies jerked, then fell still. Tony stepped back, watching the lights flicker for a brief moment before stabilizing. Once again, no alarms. He kept moving. A lone officer hurried through a side passage, likely heading for the command center. Unlike the others, this one had rank. Tony could tell by the insignia on his uniform. That made him valuable. Tony moved fast, trailing him through the dim corridors. His nanites shifted and formed a knife. The officer didn't sense the danger until it was too late. A firm grip on his shoulder. A knife to his throat. The officer choked, hands clawing at the blade pressing against his jugular. Shoo! Tony whispered in his ear. You make a sound, and you die painfully. The officer whimpered. "Where's Viper?" The officer hesitated. Tony pressed the blade deeper. A bead of blood trickled down his neck. Level 3, he stammered. Security W wing. Tony exhaled. Good boy. Then he twisted the knife. The officer's body slumped into the shadows. Tony decided to kill all the Hydra agents first, so he just did that. He was stealthy about it too. He killed all the guards on the first 2 levels with environmental accidents and stealth takedown and hid the bodies all over the base. Then he made his way to the 3rd level. The security wing was close now. He could see it. Reinforced doors, an additional squad of Hydra operatives stationed nearby. Viper was inside. Tony tried to check through the wall, but couldn't. It was made of special material. TSK. Gotta tweak the visor later. He needed one last play. Tony spotted a fire suppression system near the ceiling. It was one of the few systems still operational. He simply shot at the sensor from the shadows. BZZZT. The fire alarm shrieked. Panic. The guards flinched, distracted by the sudden blare. That was all he needed. Tony moved like a ghost, gliding through the chaos, silencing each guard before they even realized what was happening. A knife to the throat, a snapped neck, a precise strike to the temple. By the time the alarm died down, the security wing was drenched in silence. Tony stepped toward the door and placed his palm against the control panel. His suit's interface worked its magic. Access granted. The security wing was eerily silent. The heavy blast door hissed open, revealing a scene Tony hadn't expected. Bodies littered the floor, contorted in ways that told of brutal efficiency. Limbs bent at unnatural angles. Necks twisted sharply. Some corpses bore scorch marks from electrified weapons, while others had crushed throats, their faces frozen in mid-scream. Tony stepped inside cautiously, his visor scanning the room. No gunfire residue. No spent casings. No alarms were triggered during the fight. These people never had a chance to shoot back. His gaze landed on the centerpiece of the massacre, Madame Viper. She sat slumped against the far wall. She was wearing her black leather outfit. A whip dangled from her stiff fingers, coiled uselessly. But it was her face that drew Tony's attention. Her eyes were gone. Tony exhaled sharply. Interesting. He crouched beside her body, his HUD running a forensic scan. No sign of hesitation wounds. Whoever did this went for maximum efficiency. Quick, brutal takedowns, no wasted movements. The patterns were too familiar. He'd seen this before. He turned to the nearest dead operative, rolling the body slightly. Burn marks on the chest. Small circular entry points, high-voltage electric darts, and the joint breaks. Tony's lips pressed into a thin line. Baton strikes. Classic. His fingers tapped against his thigh as the realization settled in. The crushed windpipes, the broken clavicles, the calculated brutality. This was a very particular kind of fight. One that only a handful of people in the world could execute with such ruthless precision. And he knew one of them very well.
Naturvidenskabelig.
It had to be her. No one else had this exact blend of skills. Fast, precise, overwhelming in close quarters. She hadn't just killed them. She had humiliated them. None of these guys even got a shot off. But why take Viper's eyes? Tony frowned, standing up and scanning the rest of the room. If it was Natasha, she was already gone.
No lingering traces, no accidental footprints.
Nothing. She had come, done her job, and disappeared like a ghost. He looked up and saw a broken vent. Ha 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 ha.
Yang.
Well, pro is a pro. I'll give her that. She must have seen the car and followed me here, or she was on a side mission. And the eyes, if I were to guess, her eyes must open something good. Something like a vault or doors, and whatever lies beyond that must be very valuable. Now, what does Hydra have that's so valuable that the Black Widow would risk infiltrating an enemy base? A new strain of SSS? Tesseract? Or Zolai? Tony quickly did another scan of the room. He wanted to extract some data, but he noticed that everything was wiped clean. So, without wasting any time, he went to the armory and placed a nanite bomb. Then he went out of the base and flew high up in the air and activated the bomb. Boom! The ground shook from the blast as the facility was engulfed in a fiery explosion. The flames roared, swallowing anything in their path, metal bending and melting under the extreme heat. Debris flew everywhere, crashing through the surrounding forest. Tony watched it all burn, then flew away. Somewhere far away, a woman in a black suit watched as the base exploded. Her long hair fluttered in the breeze. Her face was covered by a black mask, leaving only her piercing green eyes exposed. Her phone rang. She took the call, mission successful. But there was someone other than me who was after Viper. Whoever that was, blew up the base. Good job, a male voice said on the other end of the line. Now go back to your previous assignment. We'll send another widow to check up on our unknown friend. Yes, sir. The line went dead. The woman lowered her phone and walked away from the burning base. She vanished into the night. Back to the facility. Tony's suit had performed well, but it wasn't perfect. The lack of proper scans through the reinforced walls, the difficulty in breaching the security system, and the minor energy fluctuation after extended usage of stealth and cloth transform mode, these were all things that needed fixing. As he stepped into his workspace, Hermes chimed in. Welcome back, boss. Mission outcome: 92% success. However, I detected multiple instances where suit efficiency could be improved. Tony smirked, deactivating his suit. The nanites retracted back into the arc reactor. Yeah, don't rub it in. I already have a list of things to tweak. He pulled up a holographic blueprint of the nanite suit. The design shimmered in the air, layers of data running across the screen. All right, let's get to work. First up, he tapped on the scanner module, magnifying its schematics. The visor. Those Hydra bastards used some kind of material to block my scans. I need a workaround. He began running simulations, analyzing what materials could block his current sensor suite. After a few minutes, the results came in. Their walls were lined with graphene composite, plating mixed with trace elements of anti-surveillance alloys, Hermes informed. Tony exhaled, rubbing his chin. TSK, that's annoying. His fingers moved rapidly across the holographic interface, making adjustments. Upgrade number 1. Multi-phase scanner. 1. Added an alternative scanning mode using low-frequency sonic pulses to map out structures blocked by traditional scans. 2. Integrated infrared particle tracking, allowing him to trace movements through dense materials. 3. Built a quantum resonance filter, capable of detecting signals hidden behind electromagnetic dampeners. Scanner upgrade complete. Estimated efficiency increase: 68%, Hermes announced. Tony grinned. That should give me an edge next time. Keep running the simulations and amp it up to 80% or above. Then begin the production process. Affirmative, Hermes replied. Next, he focused on the suit's power distribution. While it was already cutting edge, he needed just a bit more efficiency to ensure sustained combat operations. Upgrade number 2, amped up energy grid. 1. Increase the energy output by 5% using an advanced nanite-based superconductive weave. 2. Optimize the power routing system, ensuring faster charge redistribution across different modules. 3. Installed a secondary microreactor to provide emergency power if primary energy sources were disabled. That should stop any nasty surprises, Tony muttered as he finalized the schematics. Legion, you are up for this one. Run multiple simulations, then send the data to Hermes. Hermes, you'll take care of the production process. Affirmative. Both the AIs replied at the same time. Finally, the biggest challenge was creating a new class of drones designed to handle situations like Hydra's air-gapped, analog-based security systems. Although the old ones are good, he wanted to create something specifically to handle all types of security. He leaned back in his chair, thinking, if I can't hack their systems remotely, I need something that can get inside and do the dirty work for me. His hands flew across the holo display, designing 2 types of specialized microdrones. MITE, micro-infiltration and tactical espionage drones. 1. These tiny, spider-like drones could physically bypass analog systems by directly rewiring circuits or manually flipping switches inside locked facilities. 2. Equipped with nanoplasma cutters, capable of silently slicing through mechanical locks and security panels. 3. Could override manual safeties, forcing doors, safes, and vaults open without traditional hacking.
WASP, Wireless Adaptive Surveillance Probe.
1. Designed to attach to fiber optic cables and manually intercept data streams, bypassing the no wireless security measures. 2. Could deploy a physical bypass circuit, fooling air-gap systems into believing they were still operational while feeding false data. 3. Used high-speed Neuralink processors to analyze security patterns and predict the next lockdown sequences. Tony smirked as he completed the designs. Let's see Hydra block this. It was past midnight, but sleep was a foreign concept when he was on the verge of something groundbreaking. His AIs, Hermes and Legion, were running simulations on the MITE and WASP drones, ensuring they could operate flawlessly against Hydra's security. But Tony? He was working on something even more ambitious. Project Internal nanite integration. He tapped a sequence into his console, bringing up a detailed anatomical model of his own body, rotating it in midair. Every artery, every vein, every nerve pathway, mapped down to the smallest detail. All right, let's make this work without turning me into a walking tumor, Tony muttered. This wasn't the Aegis serum. That project had been about externalized bionanites that accelerated healing at a cellular level. But what he wanted now was different. He needed seamless nanite integration into his bloodstream, merging them with his biological functions without causing rejection or catastrophic failure. It wasn't easy. Nanite rejection. His immune system would immediately treat foreign nanites as invaders and try to destroy them. Energy consumption. A constant supply of power would be needed to keep the nanites operational inside his body. Neurological syncing. The nanites had to respond instantly to his thoughts without requiring external commands. Toxicity and clotting. A miscalculation could cause clotting in his bloodstream, leading to a stroke, or worse. He needed a biocompatible interface, something that would allow the nanites to merge with his body on a fundamental level. And that's when it hit him. He placed his hand on his forehead, feeling the subtle warmth of the gem in his skull. The Infinity Gem had already enhanced his intelligence far beyond human limits, allowing his brain to process information at speeds no normal person could comprehend. If he could use its energy signature to stabilize the nanites, they would function as an extension of himself rather than as foreign objects. Tony grinned. Time to break the rules of biology. The formula, nanite symbiosis compound. Over the next 12 hours, he ran hundreds of calculations, synthesizing potential formulas at the molecular level. His hands worked tirelessly, blending synthetic proteins with quantum nanomaterials, creating an entirely new form of bio-nanite fusion. Step 1. Adaptive cellular integration. He modified the nanites to mimic stem cells, tricking his body into recognizing them as part of his system. This would prevent rejection and allow them to self-repair like natural cells. Step 2. Quantum neural link. Using the Infinity Gem's frequency, he created a neuroelectric interface, allowing the nanites to link directly with his synapses. No external commands. No dilas. His thoughts would be the control system. Step 3. Infinite power supply. The nanites wouldn't rely on a conventional power source. Instead, they would draw energy directly from his bioelectrical field, just like mitochondria in his cells. Backup power would come from a quantum capacitor, allowing them to sustain operation indefinitely. It didn't take long to create it. The final formula shimmered inside a reinforced vial with a faint golden glow, a liquid nanite hybrid made out of carbon nanotubes. Tony made sure to take early precautions against mutants like Magneto who can control metal. Tony smirked, twirling the vial between his fingers. If this works, I become the next step in human evolution. If it fails, Well, let's not think about that. He placed the Aegis serum on the table before him and had Elena use the humanoid robot. If things go wrong, Elena would inject him with the serum, preventing his death. I am ready, Elena said. Good luck to me, Tony said with a smirk. He rolled up his sleeve and injected the solution directly into his forearm. Instantly, he felt it. A strange warmth spread through his veins, not painful, but intensely aware. He could feel the nanites moving, integrating, adapting. His heart rate spiked for a moment before stabilizing. The system recalibrated as Tony focused. He closed his eyes, concentrating. Move. The nanites responded. For the first time, Tony Stark didn't just control technology, he was technology. Tony's stomach growled loudly, breaking the silence of the lab. His enhanced metabolism was already kicking in, burning through calories at an alarming rate as his body adapted to the nanites. All right, science can wait. Food first. He exited the lab and made his way to the kitchen, where he pulled out a leftover steak, mashed potatoes, and garlic bread from the fridge. He barely had the patience to heat it up before digging in, devouring the meal like a starving man. Between bites, he checked his vitals on his holowatch. The nanites had fully integrated. No rejection, no clotting, no system failures. Instead, his body was functioning at peak efficiency, absorbing nutrients faster, and breaking down waste more effectively. His muscles felt stronger, his reflexes sharper. By the time he was finished eating, he felt unstoppable. After eating, Tony took a nap. He was tired. A few hours later, he woke up after a nice nap. Tony stood in front of the mirror, rolling his shoulders and flexing his fingers as he studied his reflection. At first glance, he looked the same, but he felt different. He was stronger, faster, and more attuned to every fiber of his being. The nanites had done more than just integrate. They had become him. A smirk tugged at his lips. I really am a genius. But there was no time to marvel at his own brilliance. Testing was next. All right, Hermes Legion, he called out, stepping toward the center of his lab. Diagnostics check. I want a full analysis of my biometrics, reaction time, and energy consumption. Running diagnostics, Hermes responded smoothly. Tony exhaled, his muscles already buzzing with energy. He needed a real test, something to push the limits. And he had just the thing in mind. Activate the training protocol. He went to the training room. All right, boys, let's see what I can do. Without warning, a barrage of rubber-tipped projectiles shot toward him from multiple angles. His instincts kicked in, and before his brain could consciously react, his body moved. He dodged to the left, then twisted, narrowly avoiding another volley. His perception of time felt different. It was much slower and more controlled. Wow, that felt good. Reaction speed increased by 34%, Hermes noted. Neural transmission rates are exceeding baseline human limitations. Tony grinned as he effortlessly sidestepped another projectile. He hadn't even activated his suit yet. All right, let's crank it up, he muttered. Give me something real. Commencing Phase 2. The walls shifted, revealing a set of reinforced training bots. Each one is capable of mimicking real-world enemy attack patterns. Tony cracked his knuckles. Come on, big boys. Let's dance. The first bot lunged at him. Instinctively, Tony dodged and countered with a sharp jab. The impact sent the bot flying into the wall, leaving a dent in the reinforced plating. He blinked. Whoa! Muscle density has increased by 27%, Hermes reported. Nanite-assisted motion control active. The second bot swung at him, and this time Tony didn't bother dodging. He caught its fist mid-air, feeling the force reverberate through his arm. With a simple twist, he ripped the bot's arm clean off and tossed it aside. He whistled. Okay, that's new. But his moment of admiration was cut short as 3 more bots charged him at once. Tony moved purely on instinct. One bot swung for his head. He ducked, pivoted, and delivered a vicious knee strike to its midsection, sending it crumpling to the floor. Another bot tried to grab him, but before it could, Tony's palm snapped out, shoving it back with enough force to shatter its chest plate. The last bot attempted to flank him, but something new kicked in. His vision momentarily overlaid a predictive trajectory, a faint red arc showing where the attack would land. Without hesitation, he sidestepped and delivered a pinpoint strike to the bot's head, dismantling it in one hit. Adaptive combat processing detected, Hermes confirmed. You are subconsciously analyzing attack patterns and adjusting response efficiency in real time. Tony grinned as the last bot fell to the floor in pieces. He barely felt winded. He stood there for a moment, letting it sink in. I just wiped out an entire squad of combat bots. Without the suit, he murmured. With the bio-nanites, I should be immune to toxins, diseases, and drugs. And I should be able to dodge more or less every assassination attempt on my life in the future. Well, gotta get more vibranium. But as exhilarating as it was, that thought came with a new weight. If he had this power, how long before someone tried to take it from him? Or worse, weaponize it? His smirk faded. All right, that's enough for today. Ending simulation, Hermes responded. The room powered down and Tony exhaled. His heart was still steady. His body felt alive. But there was one last thing he needed to test. Tony took a steady breath, focusing inward. It was time to push the limits even further. He willed it to happen. Instantly, the nanites in his bloodstream responded. A subtle tingle crawled over his skin as microscopic machines surged outward, flowing like liquid metal. They coalesced along his arms, his chest, his legs, until his entire body was encased in black and gold armor. The transformation was seamless, the transition instantaneous. No assembly, no delay. Just pure, living technology forming around him like a second skin. Whoa! He flexed his fingers, watching the plating shift and adapt to his movements. The suit wasn't just an extension of him. It was him. It moved when he thought and responded before he even finished a command. No mechanical whirs, no clunky locking systems. It was just pure, fluid motion. Suit integrity at 100%. Hermes chimed in. Nanite dispersion is stable. Energy output within safe limits. Tony rolled his shoulders, feeling power course through his every fiber. With a thought, he activated the repulsors. Energy flared to life in his palms, humming smoothly. He raised one hand, palm out, and fired a short burst at the nearest training wall. The blast erupted with 10 times the force he expected, the impact leaving a molten, smoldering crater. Tony blinked. Okay, that's new. Repulsor output has increased by 243%, Hermes noted. Tony grinned. Wow, dial it down a bit. Set 100 as default. Affirmative. The AI replied. Engage flight. The moment he thought it, the nanites shifted. Energy coursed through his legs and back, and in a smooth, effortless motion, he launched into the air. The lab blurred around him as he hovered, stabilizing with an ease that felt almost instinctual. Flight control is 89% more efficient than previous iterations, Hermes informed. Your reaction time is compensating for turbulence before it even registers. Tony smirked. Let's crank it up. He rocketed forward, weaving through the lab with impossible precision. There was no lag, no overcorrection, just pure, perfect motion. It was like his body already knew what to do. Ah, it's already night? Che, gotta keep an eye on time. Elena, take care of the surveillance. I'm gonna take a spin around. Have a safe journey, boss, Elena replied. Tony spun midair, twisted, then shot straight up through the ceiling hatch, bursting into the night sky. The night air rushed past him as he ascended, the city sprawling beneath him like a sea of twinkling lights. He took a deep breath, letting the moment sink in. The nanites adjusted to the altitude seamlessly, regulating his oxygen intake, compensating for air pressure. Every part of his body felt alive, enhanced beyond human limitations. All right, let's see just how fast I can go, Tony muttered, a smirk tugging at his lips. He angled his body slightly forward and thought. Full acceleration. The response was instant. Energy surged through his suit, and in a blur, he rocketed forward. The cityscape became a streak of neon and motion as he tore through the sky, breaking the sound barrier with a muted boom that barely left a ripple in his wake. His AI was already adjusting for wind resistance, minimizing turbulence, and keeping his trajectory smooth. Mach 2.5 and climbing, Hermes reported. Systems operating at peak efficiency. Tony let out a whistle. Damn, I might just be the fastest thing in the air. He wove effortlessly through the skyscrapers, feeling more like a force of nature than a man in a suit. This was different. This wasn't him piloting an exosuit. This was his body, his reflexes, his mind seamlessly integrated with the nanites. After taking a spin around, Tony grinned as he soared over the ocean, the city lights fading behind him. The rush of speed was intoxicating, but he needed to test more than just flight. "All right, Hermes," he said, eyes locking onto the vast expanse of dark water ahead. "Time to see how this baby handles underwater." Adjusting nanite configuration for aquatic mobility, Hermes responded. Hydrodynamic resistance calibration in progress. Tony angled downward, shifting his body into a dive position. The moment he hit the water, there was no violent impact, no sudden loss of control. The nanites adjusted instantly, dispersing the force of entry and allowing him to cut through the ocean like a torpedo. "All right, that's smooth," Tony muttered as he streamlined his form. The HUD adjusted, filtering out the darkness with thermal imaging and sonar overlays. The suit moved seamlessly, adapting to the new environment without lag. "Buoyancy stabilization active," Hermes informed. "Current speed, 75 knots and climbing." Tony propelled himself forward with a mere thought, and the suit responded instantly. Hydrodynamic efficiency has increased by 312% compared to the Mark 50 suit, Hermes noted. Estimated max velocity, Mach 1.2 underwater. He whistled. Mach speed in water? Now that's something. He tested maneuverability next, twisting and spiraling upward, executing tight turns that would have strained even his previous suit designs. The nanites responded flawlessly, adjusting instantly to the shifting currents. "All right, Hermes, let's see how the repulsors work down here." He raised his palm and fired a low-energy blast. The result was a focused, superheated burst of plasma that vaporized the surrounding water, creating a pressurized shockwave that displaced everything within a 10-meter radius. Holy! Tony barely had time to react as the force sent him backward slightly. Repulsor efficiency underwater at 167% of baseline projections, Hermes stated, compensating for pressure resistance. Tony grinned. Good, let's up the ante. He activated his uni-beam, but instead of the usual wide dispersal, the nanites automatically reshaped the output, creating a narrow, high-intensity energy lance. The blast carved through the ocean like a laser, creating a tunnel of superheated vapor before the water rushed back in. Damn, Tony muttered. His eyes went toward the oxygen level. Well, time to get out of here. I can think of a way or two more to improve it further. Wednesday evening, Natasha's apartment. Tony pulled up outside a modest apartment complex. He looked at the address again, smirking to himself. This was his first time visiting Natasha's place, and from the looks of it, she lived in a surprisingly low-profile spot. Smart. It fit her cover perfectly. Stepping out of his sleek Audi R8, he adjusted his jacket and walked toward the entrance, hands in his pockets. The building was simple, clean, and well-maintained, but nothing flashy. Definitely not what you'd expect from a world-class spy. But that was the point, wasn't it? He reached her door and rang the bell twice. A moment later, Natasha opened it, leaning casually against the frame. She wore a loose off-shoulder sweater and fitted black leggings, effortlessly alluring, but casual enough to seem unintentional. She smiled, tilting her head slightly. Right on time. Color me impressed, she said. Tony smirked. Punctuality is my middle name. I thought it was trouble, she teased, stepping aside to let him in. Tony glanced around as he entered. The apartment was small but well decorated, minimalistic yet warm. A few books were stacked on a corner table, a simple gray couch, and a kitchen that looked barely used. No personal photos, no real sign of attachment. It was a temporary home, just like she was a temporary employee in his restaurant. "You know," he said, looking around, "I expected more flair. Maybe a punching bag in the corner. Some throwing knives hidden in the furniture." Natasha smirked. "You checked under the couch already?" Tony raised an eyebrow. "Should I?" She chuckled and walked toward the kitchen. "Drink. That depends. Are you actually offering? Or is this a trick question?" "Relax, boss," she said over her shoulder. "No poison. Just beer." She grabbed 2 cold bottles from the fridge, popping the caps effortlessly before handing him one. Tony took it, eyeing her playfully. "No wine?
No fancy vodka.
Not tonight." She clinked her bottle against his. "To a peaceful dinner." Tony smirked. "We both know it won't be peaceful." They each took a sip. What Tony didn't know, or at least what Natasha thought he didn't know, was that she had laced his beer with a carefully measured cocktail. A mild truth serum and a subtle aphrodisiac. Nothing too obvious. Just enough to lower his guard, loosen his tongue, and increase certain impulses. She had played this game before, but never against Tony Stark. He was her target, her mission. He wasted enough of her time, and she wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away. Tony, on the other hand, already knew. His nanites had detected the tampering before he even took a sip, but he played along. The drugs won't even affect him at all, and he had expected Natasha to try something like this. After all, their entire dynamic had been built on layers of deception. But tonight, he planned to end their little cat-and-mouse game. "So," Natasha said, settling onto the couch, curling her legs beneath her, "you've been busy lately." Tony took another sip, leaning back in his chair. "Oh, you know me. Always something to build, something to fix. And that something wouldn't happen to involve certain experiments, would it?" She ran a finger along the rim of her bottle, watching him closely. Tony chuckled. "Oh, Nat, if you wanted to know what I was working on, you could have just asked. And you'd tell me? Depends. What's in it for me?" He smirked. She smiled, shifting closer, her green eyes meeting his with playful challenge. "Well, that depends on what you want, doesn't it?" Tony swirled the beer bottle in his hand, his smirk deepening. "Dangerous question, Romanoff. What if I say something you're not ready for?" Natasha leaned in slightly, tilting her head with a smirk of her own. "Try me." Oh, he was tempted, but he wasn't going to let her control the pace of this game. He glanced down at his beer, pretending to be lost in thought. "Well," he said, taking another slow sip, "I suppose I could use some motivation, something worth spilling my darkest secrets over." Natasha arched an eyebrow, playing along. "Like what?" Tony exhaled, setting the bottle down on the table between them. Then he leaned forward, closing the space between them just enough to make her pulse quicken. "Okish, from you, right here, right now. And then you can ask me any one question you want, and I'll answer honestly. No tricks, no games. The drugs are working." Natasha tilted her head, giving him a look of amused disbelief. "Really? You want me to kiss you?" "You offered," he replied, looking at her expectantly. "I did." Natasha looked into his eyes, studying his face with a small smile. His expression was playful, confident, yet soft. It was an unusual mix, one that made her pulse race. How does he do that? She thought, unable to look away. Is it the serum? She bit her lip, her gaze falling to his mouth. She felt his breath against her skin, his lips barely grazing hers, teasing her, tempting her. She closed her eyes, leaning in slightly. For a moment, nothing happened. Tony remained perfectly still, his eyes fixed on her. And then, she pressed her lips against his, gently at first, and then more forcefully as the tension broke. Her kiss was soft but passionate, and Tony felt his desire stirring inside him. begging him to take her in his arms and make her his. But he held back. Instead, he pushed his nanites out, letting them spread across Natasha's lips and enter her body through her pores. He sent the microscopic robots through her mouth, into her bloodstream, spreading throughout her system. Now, there was nowhere she could hide from him. Tony knew she would try to use some kind of drug to get him to talk. It was her modus operandi, and he had expected it. But he hadn't counted on this kind of reaction. As their lips parted, Natasha couldn't help but let out a quiet gasp, her eyes fluttering open. She looked at him with an expression of surprise and desire that made his heart beat faster. "Why are you so good at kissing?" She couldn't help but blurt out. Tony smirked. "Good? You are my first kiss." Natasha chuckled softly, shaking her head. "No, that's not possible. No way I'm your first." "It's true," Tony said, smiling. "You're the first woman I've ever kissed." Natasha looked at him with wide eyes. "How is that even possible? You're like a billionaire. Women must be throwing themselves at you every day." "I have more important things to focus on," he replied. "Besides, I never really saw the point in all that nonsense. You know, the whole hookup culture thing." "Yeah, right. You are just cooped up in that lab of yours. I'm pretty sure if you get out more often, then you would find plenty of willing women," Natasha replied. Tony shrugged. "Is that so? Is the woman before me saying she's willing?" Natasha smiled. "That depends on what you're asking." Tony leaned forward, placing his hand on her cheek. He traced a finger along her jaw, bringing his lips close to hers. "I want you, Natasha." Her breath caught in her throat as his words sent a shiver down her spine. She placed her hands on his chest, feeling the strong muscles beneath his shirt. Her mind was racing, but she forced herself to calm down. "Get a hold of yourself, Romanov," she thought. "This is what he wants. He's trying to throw you off balance. He's good. Even with that dosage, he's holding on pretty good. Only if you tell me what you do. You can't expect a lady to go out with a man without knowing a little about him." She purred, brushing her lips against his. Tony's hand slid behind her head, pulling her closer. His other arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her body flush against his. He could feel the warmth of her skin through her sweater as his fingers trailed up her back. "Tell me, Natasha, what is the one thing you want? The one thing you wish to have but can't? The one thing that makes your heart ache when you think about it?" Natasha hesitated, her eyes searching his. She knew she shouldn't answer, but she couldn't help herself. "To be free. There's something more. I can see it in your eyes. You want to be free, but there's something else. Something you want even more than freedom. Something that keeps you awake at night and makes your heart ache when you think about it," Tony said as he continued to caress her face. Natasha's breath hitched in her throat, her lips parting slightly as she gazed into his eyes. She couldn't look away from him, and she knew he was right. There was something else. Something she had wanted for so long but never thought she could have. The experiments, training, and harsh discipline she endured in the Red Room flashed before her eyes. The constant drugs and experiments, the cold, sterile lab, and the painful needles piercing her skin, making her body burn with pain and fever. She remembered the nights spent curled up on the floor of her cell, shivering and alone. She remembered the fear and helplessness. She remembered the darkness that swallowed her up and never let go. She remembered it all. She remembered everything. She remembered she could never become a mother after she went through the Red Room's SSS program. "I want to become a mother, have a life filled with freedom, laughter, and love. I want to touch those little hands, feel them curl around my finger, hold them close to me." She breathed out, unable to stop herself. Her voice was barely a whisper as she confessed her deepest desire. "What's going on? I can't lie?" Well, when Tony pushed the nanites into her body, he made sure to send the extracted truth serum into her body. Now, all she could do was tell him the truth. "What's stopping you then?" he asked. Tony's gaze held Natasha's as he asked, "What's stopping you then?" Natasha's lips parted slightly, her breath hitching as the serum forced the truth from her. She wanted to fight it, to keep her composure, to maintain the carefully crafted walls she had built over the years. But the drugs had already seeped into her bloodstream, working their way through her defenses like a slow-burning fire. She clenched her fists, trying to resist, but the words slipped past her lips before she could stop them. "The Red Room," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Tony remained still, his expression unreadable. He had expected something like this, but he wanted to hear it all. "They sent me," Natasha continued, her green eyes flickering with something between guilt and defiance. "I was assigned to get close to you, to spy on you. They wanted to know what you were working on. They're curious about why you've distanced yourself from Stark Industries, why you've buried yourself in a lab after MIT instead of taking over the empire your father built." Tony swirled his beer bottle absent-mindedly, letting her words sink in. "And what did you tell them?" "I told them you were unpredictable," she admitted. "That you were working on things that even I couldn't get full access to. That whatever you were building, it was locked away behind layers of security I couldn't crack." She exhaled, frustrated with herself. "But I was getting closer." "Were you?" Tony smirked, tilting his head. "Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you fell for your own game." Natasha didn't answer. She couldn't. The warmth of his touch, the heat lingering on her lips, it was messing with her focus. She had always prided herself on being the one in control, but right now, under his knowing gaze, she felt exposed in a way she hadn't in years. "And what exactly does the Red Room want with my research?" Tony pressed. Natasha hesitated again, but the serum wouldn't let her hold back. "They think you're building something new, something dangerous, something even more advanced than your father's weapons." Tony hummed, taking another sip of his beer. "Interesting theory. And what do you think?" "I think," she met his gaze, "I think you're hiding something, something big, but I don't know what it is." Tony smirked. "And yet, you kissed me anyway. You sure this was all just part of the job?" Natasha opened her mouth to respond, but Tony leaned in slightly, cutting her off with his next question. "Tell me, Natasha, did you kill Madame Hydra?" A flicker of surprise crossed her face, a rare, genuine crack in her usual mask. "What?" "Viper," Tony clarified, watching her reaction closely. "Did you kill her?" Natasha's breath hitched, her pupils dilating slightly. Then, after a pause, she nodded. "Yes." Tony didn't look surprised. "And what did you do with her eyes?" Natasha's brows furrowed. "Her eyes? You heard me." She hesitated again, but the truth serum wouldn't let her lie. "I didn't keep them. The Red Room took them." Tony's fingers drummed lightly against his bottle. "Why?" Natasha swallowed hard. "Because they found out something. Something about those eyes." Tony leaned forward. "What do they open?" Her breathing was shallow now. The truth serum was forcing the words from her lips, even as her instincts screamed at her to stop talking. "There's an underwater Hydra base. The Red Room discovered it by accident, but they don't know what's inside." Tony's expression darkened slightly. "And Viper's eyes are the key." Natasha nodded. "Yes." Tony sat back, processing this. Hydra, an underwater base, and Viper's eyes being some kind of access key? That wasn't just a coincidence. Something bigger was at play here. He thought that Zola AI must be there in that base or the original formula of the SSS. And Natasha, whether she had intended to or not, had just given him the key to unraveling it. He looked at her, smirking. "You really should have used a stronger dose." Natasha exhaled sharply, glaring at him. "Bastard." She began to feel hot and was blushing. Well, it would seem Tony also pushed the aphrodisiac into her body along with the truth serum. His touch made a jolt run through her body. Tony only chuckled. "Oh, Romanoff, you should know by now. I always play to win." Natasha's breath was coming faster now, her chest rising and falling as heat curled through her body like a slow-burning fire. She pressed her thighs together, trying to ignore the way her skin tingled under Tony's touch, how every nerve in her body was suddenly hypersensitive. This shouldn't be happening, she thought, clenching her fists. Her body was enhanced, trained, experimented on, and conditioned to resist poisons, toxins, and drugs of all kinds. Truth serums, sedatives, aphrodisiacs. None of it should have affected her. And yet her mind was clouded, her thoughts slow and unfocused, every inch of her aching for something she shouldn't want. She should be questioning this. She should be fighting it. Instead, she leaned in and kissed him. Tony didn't hesitate. He met her halfway, his lips crashing against hers, tasting the heat and desperation in her kiss. His fingers slid into her hair, gripping just tight enough to make her shudder as he pulled her even closer. Natasha pressed against him, her hands roaming over his chest, tracing the strong lines of muscle beneath his shirt. The fire inside her only burned hotter. Between kisses, she barely managed to whisper, "Tony, we have a problem." He hummed against her lips. "You don't say."
No.
"Listen." She pulled back slightly, her breath shaky, eyes glazed over with a mix of desire and urgency. By now, the Red Room has heard everything. They're on their way. Tony exhaled slowly, brushing his thumb along her jaw. "Romanoff," he murmured. "Do you really think I didn't plan for that?" She blinked, her hazy mind struggling to keep up. "What?" Tony smirked, his grip on her tightening just slightly. "Right now, the Red Room is only seeing and hearing what I want them to see and hear." Her eyes widened, realization dawning through the fog of desire clouding her thoughts. You tampered with my comms." "Of course I did," he said smoothly. "You didn't really think I'd walk into your game without playing my own, did you?" Natasha exhaled sharply, her body still burning, but her mind starting to catch up. The bastard had flipped the game on her. She wasn't sure if she wanted to kill him or kiss him again. He chuckled at her expression. "Don't think too much, Nat. Just enjoy the moment." She should be furious. But all she could do was pull him back in for another kiss. Natasha didn't hesitate. She pushed Tony down onto the sofa, straddling him with ease, her legs on either side of his hips. Her hands gripped his shirt as she kissed him harder this time. Raw, desperate, as if she were trying to consume him. Tony responded in kind, his hands roaming over her waist, pressing her closer against him. The heat between them was unbearable, like an electric current crackling in the air. Between kisses, his voice came out in a teasing murmur. "What if I help you?" Natasha barely registered his words at first, too lost in the sensation of his hands. His lips, the fire burning beneath her skin. "Help me?" She breathed against his mouth, her body pressing into him. Tony smirked, tilting his head back slightly as he looked up at her. "What if I give you what you want?" His hands slid up her back, tracing slow, lazy circles. "What if I undo the damage? What if I fix what the Red Room took from you?" Natasha froze, her breath caught in her throat, her body suddenly still atop his. For a moment, she just stared at him, searching his face. "That's impossible," she said, her voice quieter now, but laced with something fragile. Tony's fingers traced a slow line down her spine. "Impossible for most people," he admitted. "But I'm not most people." Natasha swallowed, her heartbeat hammering against her ribs. "The damage was done on a cellular level, Tony. My body was altered, my DNA changed. The Red Room serum didn't just make me stronger. It made me sterile. There's no cure for that." Tony's gaze never wavered. "What if I told you I could change that?" Natasha wanted to scoff, to call him out for giving her false hope, but something in his eyes stopped her. He wasn't joking. He wasn't messing with her. He was serious. Her fingers curled against his chest. "You're saying you can undo what they did to me." "I'm saying I will," Tony corrected. His voice was steady, unwavering, filled with the kind of confidence that made people believe the impossible. His hands rested on her waist, grounding her. "All you have to do is trust me. I can rewrite the damage. I can fix it." His voice dropped lower, softer. I will give you what you want, Natasha. Her throat tightened, her emotions warring inside her. She wanted to believe him. God, she wanted to believe him so badly it hurt. But hope was dangerous. Hope had never been kind to her. She shook her head. Even if you could, the Red Room would never let me go. Tony leaned up slightly, brushing a kiss against the corner of her lips. Then what if I add a little side bonus? Natasha swallowed hard. What? His hands tightened on her hips, his voice a low, steady promise. Freedom. Natasha's breath came unevenly, her body still straddling Tony's as his words echoed between them. Freedom. That single word had shaken her more than any truth serum ever could. She wanted to scoff, to tell him he didn't understand. But she couldn't, because for the first time in her life, someone was offering her a way out. Her fingers curled against his chest, her muscles taut with instinct. No one escapes the Red Room, Tony, she whispered. No one. His smirk didn't waver. Then it sounds like a challenge. Before she could react, Tony's hands gripped her waist and flipped her, sending them tumbling off the couch. She hit the floor with a sharp gasp, his weight pinning her down and keeping her exactly where he wanted. God, am I really this weak? Am I falling for him? His eyes. Natasha was a trained assassin, the best the Red Room had ever produced. No one had ever dared flip her like that to dominate her in a fight. Yet here she was, flat on her back, looking up at Tony Stark, of all people. And he wasn't done. He grabbed her shirt and tore it open. The sound of ripping fabric filled the room. Cool air kissed her skin, her toned stomach rising and falling with every uneven breath. She was wearing a black bra with a little gun tugged between her left breast and bra. Tony took the gun and threw it away. If you want, he murmured, I'll erase every single trace of the Red Room. In one day. Her breath hitched. God, he's serious. No, it's the drugs. But she had spent years trying to sever her ties, to reclaim what little of herself the Red Room hadn't destroyed. And here he was, offering to burn it all to the ground as if it were nothing but an inconvenience. The temptation was dizzying, but temptation was weakness, and she had never been weak. Her hand moved without hesitation. In a blur, she reached under the couch, fingers curling around cold steel. The pistol whipped out, the muzzle pressing against Tony's throat. His pulse beat steady beneath the barrel. You think you can just say pretty words and make me betray everything I know? She hissed, green eyes burning. I could kill you right now. End this game. Complete my mission. Tony didn't flinch. He didn't pull away. If anything, his lips quirked in amusement. Then do it. Her finger tightened on the trigger. I mean it, Romanoff, he pressed, tilting his throat closer to the gun. Pull the trigger. Prove me wrong. Kill me, go back to the Red Room, and spend the rest of your life as their puppet. Used, controlled, never free. The gun trembled slightly in her grasp. Or. His lips hovered near hers, his voice a quiet promise. Join me. Her heartbeat slammed against her ribs. Let me burn them to the ground. Let me give you your freedom, your life back. Her throat tightened. This was a game of control, of power. She had mastered it. Yet somehow he was winning. The weight of possibility crushed her. One pull of the trigger, 1 second, that's all it would take. And yet, she hesitated. Tony's voice was softer now. Your single choice could free them all. Natasha sucked in a sharp breath. The other widows, girls taken from their homes, molded into killers, forced to kill each other to survive and become the best, trained to obey, just like she had been. She had spent her entire life believing escape was an illusion, that freedom was meant for others. But now, Tony was offering something she had never dared to dream of. A way out, not just for her, but for all of them. Her grip on the gun was steady, but her voice was not. Why? Tony exhaled, his fingers brushing against the bare skin of her waist. Just a whisper of contact, yet it made her hyper-aware of his presence. That's a stupid question, Nat. She hated when he called her that. It made her feel real. Try me. She pressed the gun harder against his throat. Tony smirked, voice dropping lower. Because I see you, Romanov. Her breath caught. You walk around pretending you don't want anything, that you don't need anything. But I know better. I see the way you hesitate before pulling the trigger, the way you look at families on the street, the way you pretend you don't want more. Her jaw clenched. You don't know me. His gaze held steady. Don't I? She should have called him arrogant, overconfident, but deep down, she knew it wasn't arrogance. It was a certainty. She tested him, pushing the barrel harder into his throat. A final chance for him to flinch, to show fear. But he didn't. Tony just looked at her. If you're lying to me. Her voice was hoarse, barely a whisper. Tony smiled. Then you can kill me yourself. She searched his face, looking for deception. A crack, a lie. There was none. Her gun trembled slightly. Her pulse quickened. Every instinct screamed at her to complete the mission and be done with it. But she let it fall. The cold metal slipped from her fingers, hitting the floor with a dull thud. Tony didn't reach for it. He just waited. She grabbed his collar and pulled him down, crashing her lips against his. Tony didn't hesitate. He kissed her back with equal hunger, his hands cupping her face, his body pressing against hers. Heat surged through her veins, drowning out the doubt, the fear, the hesitation. This was reckless, dangerous, a mistake, but it felt right. She broke the kiss, her lips brushing against his as she whispered, 24 hours. Tony arched a brow. That's all I get? She smirked. You said you could destroy the Red Room in a day. Prove it. His eyes flickered, then darkened with something unreadable. And if I do? Natasha held his gaze. Then my life belongs to you. Something shifted in his expression. She had surprised him. His thumb brushed her jaw, his voice quieter now. Careful, Romanov. That almost sounds like a vow. Her smirk deepened. It is. I might make you cook, do laundry, make my bed and clean my shoes. He leaned forward and whispered into her ears. I might take advantage of you just like right now. Like this, in every single way. Her pulse quickened, but her voice was steady. If you can destroy the Red Room in 24 hours, then I will do whatever you ask. I will become your woman, wake you up with BJs every day, and give you play whenever you want. Even if it means you are going to keep me naked in your house as your own play toy. I won't complain or object. My body is yours to play with, and I'll do everything I can to please you. He chuckled, shaking his head. You really have some intense fetish, don't you? You started it. She blushed. You tried to drug me. I simply returned the favor. How did you do it? How did you drug me? She asked. Don't you want to know? Tony smiled and kissed her on the neck. Maybe I'll tell you someday. He stood up and stretched his arms. This surprised Natasha. She was expecting him to take off her bra and do the deed right there. She was hoping he would sleep with her right on the floor, right on that very spot. The thought of making love made her heart flutter. God, he's not going to leave me here, is he? After he got me so aroused. The drug's effect was still in her body. Tony ordered Legion to cleanse her body of drugs. The nanites went into action, purging every single drug in her system. And just like that, her senses returned. What they? Natasha felt normal again, and even though the effect was neutralized, she was horny. But she somehow composed herself and sat up on the floor. Tony extended his hand. She accepted his hand and stood up. She felt a bit embarrassed but kept her emotions under control. So, what happens now? Natasha asked. Now? Now, you will give me the location of Red Room's main base, Tony said as he sat on the couch and crossed his legs. He took out his phone from his pocket and placed it on the table. He activated the holographic projection mode. Instantly, the world map appeared, hovering over the coffee table. Please. He motioned his hand towards the map.
And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going. Plus, it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. See you in the next one.